Super Doppler 4 HD radar. Download the WY. This is an NBC News special report. The second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air to bring you live coverage of day 4 of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Today, the defense. Lawyers for former President Trump will make their case to the Senate, their opportunity to rebut the arguments made by Democratic House impeachment managers who methodically laid out the case against the former president over the past several days that he incited an insurrection against the U.S. government, the violent and deadly assault on the Capitol by Trump supporters on January 6th. Now, the defense has up to 8 hours today and 16 hours total to make their presentation. We're told they will likely not use all their time, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours today, to be followed probably tomorrow by questions from senators, closing arguments, deliberations, and then a vote to convict or acquit. We'll be here for it all. And we once again start with Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, what can we expect in today's presentation?
Well, Lester, several Republican senators that are allies of President Trump's met last night with the prosecutors, excuse me, the president's defense team that we are about to see here. And so that may give you a window into what we'll see from them as they begin their arguments in the president's defense. We do expect that they're only going to use a fraction of the time available to them. They have up to 16 hours, but we don't think that they're going to use more than 5 of them, and that reflects a real desire to move this trial along expeditiously. Many of the senators and sources I'm talking to behind the scenes do feel at this point as though they have received the facts of the case. They are actively in the question phase in terms of writing and submitting questions. Of course, those questions will be considered by Senate leaders ahead of time. So that's what's going on behind the scenes right now as these arguments start to unfold, Lester.
All right, Pledge of Allegiance underway right now. Let me quickly get to political director and Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, what's your sense of the day?
Look, it looks like to me, I think we're going to see a defense that is will be familiar to folks that watch a lot of primetime cable on another channel. What I'm curious about is, will they spend some time answering some of the uncomfortable questions that some senators would like to see them answer, including Bill Cassidy, which is, what was the president doing while Mike Pence was hustled away and evacuated? What was he thinking? What was his state of mind? I don't get the sense they're going to do that, though.
All right, things getting underway. Chuck, let's go right to the Senate chamber now.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
Mr. President,
the majority leader is recognized.
For the information of all senators, we'll plan to take short breaks approximately every 2 hours and a longer dinner break around 5 p.m.
Now, pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the counsel for the former president has 16 hours to make the presentation of their case, and the Senate will hear the counsel now. Recognize Mr. Vanderveen to begin the presentation of the case for the former president. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. Mr. President. The article of impeachment now before the Senate is an unjust and blatantly unconstitutional act of political vengeance. This appalling abuse of the Constitution only further divides our nation when we should be trying to come together around shared priorities. Like every other politically motivated witch hunt the left has engaged in over the past 4 years, this impeachment is completely divorced from the facts, the evidence, and the interests of the American people. the Senate should promptly and decisively vote to reject it. No thinking person could seriously believe that the President's January 6th speech on the ellipse was in any way an incitement to violence or insurrection. The suggestion is patently absurd on its face. Nothing in the text could ever be construed as encouraging, condoning, or enticing unlawful activity of any kind. Far from promoting insurrection against the United States, the President's remarks explicitly encouraged those in attendance to exercise their rights peacefully and patriotically. Peaceful and patriotic protest is the very antithesis of a violent assault on the nation's capital. The House impeachment article slanderously alleges that the President intended for the crowd at the ellipse to, quote, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is manifestly disproven by the plain text of the remarks. The President devoted nearly his entire speech to an extended discussion of how legislators should vote on the question at hand. Instead of expressing a desire that the joint session be prevented from conducting its business, the entire premise of his remarks was that the democratic process would and should play out according to the letter of the law, including both the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. In the conclusion of his remarks, he then laid out a series of legislative steps that should be taken to improve democratic accountability going forward, such as passing universal voter ID legislation, banning ballot harvesting, requiring proof of citizenship to vote, and turning out strong in the next primaries. Not only these are not the words of someone inciting a violent insurrection. Not only President Trump's speech on January 6th, but indeed his entire challenge to the election results was squarely focused on how the proper civic process could address any concerns through the established legal and constitutional system. The President brought his case before state and federal courts, the U.S. Supreme Court, the state legislatures, the Electoral College, and ultimately the U.S. Congress. In the past, numerous other candidates for president have used many of the same processes to pursue their own election challenges. As recently as 2016, the Clinton campaign brought multiple post-election court cases, demanded recounts, and ridiculously declared the election stolen by Russia. Many Democrats even attempted to persuade the Electoral College delegates to overturn the 2016 results. House Manager Raskin objected to the certification of President Trump's victory 4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues. You'll remember it was Joe Biden who had to gavel them down.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
No debate.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
Debate. There's no debate.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Ballot. Even with the
there is no debate in order. Is it signed by a senator? There is no debate. There is no debate in the joint session. session. There is no debate. There is no debate.
16
There's
to 1,
no debate.
And the mass
Please come to order. The objection cannot be received.
But the Russian
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
objection?
debate. There is no debate. The gentlewoman will suspend.
In 2000, the dispute over the outcome was taken all the way to the Supreme Court, which ultimately rendered a decision. To litigate questions of election integrity within this system is not incitement to resurrection. It is the democratic system working as the founders and lawmakers have designed. To claim that the president in any way wished, desired, or encouraged lawless or violent behavior is a preposterous and monstrous lie. In fact, the first two messages the president sent via Twitter once the incursion of the Capitol began were, "Stay peaceful and no violence, because we are the party of law and order." The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be a peaceful event. Make no mistake about that. And the overwhelming majority of those in attendance remained peaceful. As everyone knows, the president had spoken at hundreds of large rallies across the country over the past 5 years. There had never been any mob-like or riotous behaviors, and in fact, a significant portion of each event was devoted to celebrating the rule of law, protecting our Constitution, and honoring the men and women of law enforcement. Contrast the president's repeated condemnations of violence with the rhetoric from his opponents.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protests have been peaceful.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together, we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school. I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
But I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order.
Tragically, as we know now, on January 6th, a small group who came to engage in violent and menacing behavior hijacked the event for their own purposes. According to publicly available reporting, it is apparent that extremists of various different stripes and political persuasions pre-planned and premeditated an attack on the Capitol. One of the first people arrested was a leader of Antifa. Sadly, he was also among the first to be released. From the beginning, the president has been clear. The criminals who infiltrated the Capitol must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be imprisoned for as long as the law allows. The fact that the attacks were apparently premeditated, as alleged by the House managers, demonstrates the ludicrousness of the incitement allegation against the president. You can't incite what was already going to happen. Law enforcement officers at the scene conducted themselves heroically and courageously, and our country owes them an eternal debt. But there must be a discussion of the decision by political leadership regarding force posture and security in advance of the event. As many will recall, last summer, the White House was faced with violent rioters night after night. They repeatedly attacked Secret Service officers and at one point pierced a security wall, culminating in the clearing of Lafayette Square. Since that time, there has been a sustained negative narrative in the media regarding the necessity of those security measures on that night, even though they certainly prevented many calamities from occurring. In the wake of the Capitol attack, it must be investigated whether the proper force posture was not initiated due to the political pressure stemming from the events at Lafayette Square. Consider this. On January 5th, the mayor of the District of Columbia explicitly discouraged the National Guard and federal authorities from doing more to protect the Capitol, saying, and I quote, "The District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel," and discourages any additional deployment. This sham impeachment also poses a serious threat to freedom of speech for political leaders of both parties at every level of government. The Senate should be extremely careful about the precedent this case will set. Consider the language that the House impeachment article alleges to constitute incitement. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. This is ordinary political rhetoric that is virtually indistinguishable from the language that has been used by people across the political spectrum for hundreds of years. Countless politicians have spoken of fighting for our principles. Joe Biden's campaign slogan was "Battle for the Soul of America." No human being seriously believes that the use of such metaphorical terminology is incitement to political violence. While the president did not engage in any language of incitement, there are numerous officials in Washington who have indeed used profoundly reckless, dangerous, and inflammatory rhetoric in recent years. The entire Democratic Party and national news media spent the last 4 years repeating, without any evidence, that the 2016 election had been hacked, and falsely and absurdly claimed the President of the United States was a Russian spy. Speaker Pelosi herself said that the 2016 election was hijacked and that Congress has a duty to protect our democracy. She also called the president an imposter and a traitor, and recently referred to her colleagues in the House as the enemy within. Moreover, many Democrat politicians endorsed and encouraged the riots that destroyed vast swaths of American cities last summer, when violent left-wing anarchists conducted a sustained assault on a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon. Speaker Pelosi did not call it an insurrection. Instead, she called the federal law enforcement officers protecting the building stormtroopers. When violent mobs destroyed public property, she said, "People will do what they do." The Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts stated, "Yes, America is burning, but that's how forests grow." Representative Anya Presley declared, "There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there is unrest in our lives." The current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, urged supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out violent rioters and arsonists out of jail. One of those was released and went out and committed another crime, assault. He beat the bejesus out of somebody. She said of the violent demonstrations, "Everyone beware. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. They're not going to let up, and they should not." Such rhetoric continued even as hundreds of police officers across the nation were subjected to violent assaults at the hands of angry mobs. A man claiming to be inspired by the junior senator from Vermont came down here to Washington, D.C. to watch a softball game and kill as many senators and congressmen as he could. It cannot be forgotten that President Trump did not blame the junior senator. The senior senator from Maine has had her house surrounded by angry mobs of protesters. When that happened and unnerved her, one of the House managers, I forget which one, tweeted, "Cry me a river." Under the standards of the House impeachment article, each of these individuals should be retroactively censored, expelled, punished, or impeached for inciting violence by their supporters. Unlike the left, President Trump has been entirely consistent in his opposition to mob violence. He opposes it in all forms, in all places. Just as he's been consistent that the National Guard should be deployed to protect American communities wherever protection is needed. For Democrats, they have clearly demonstrated that their opposition to mobs and their view of using the National Guard depends upon the mob's political views. Not only is this impeachment case preposterously wrong on the facts, no matter how much heat and emotion is injected by the political opposition, it is also plainly unconstitutional. In effect, Congress would be claiming that the right to disqualify a private citizen, no longer a government official, from running for public office. This would transform the solemn impeachment process into a mechanism for asserting congressional control over which private citizens are and are not allowed to run for president. In short, this unprecedented effort is not about Democrats opposing political violence. It is about Democrats trying to disqualify their political opposition. It is constitutional cancel culture. History will record this shameful effort as a deliberate attempt by the Democrat Party to smear, censor, and cancel not just President Trump, but the 75 million Americans who voted for him. Now is not the time for such a campaign of retribution. It is the time for unity and healing and focusing on the interests of the nation as a whole. We should all be seeking to cool temperatures, calm passions, rise above partisan lines. The Senate should reject this divisive and unconstitutional effort and allow the nation to move forward. Over the course of the next 3 hours or so, You will hear next from Mr. Schoen, who's going to talk about due process and a couple other points you'll be interested to hear. I'll return with an analysis of why the First Amendment must be properly applied here. And then Mr. Koster will discuss the law as it applies to the speech of January 6th. And then we'll be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
It.
Mr. President.
Mr. Schoen.
Leaders, senators. Throughout the course of today, my colleagues and I will explain in some detail the simple fact that President Trump did not incite the horrific, terrible riots of January 6th. We'll demonstrate that, to the contrary, the violence and looting goes against the law and order message he conveyed to every citizen of the United States throughout his presidency, including on January 6th. First, though, we would like to discuss the hatred, the vitriol, the political opportunism that has brought us here today. The hatred that the House managers and others on the left have for President Trump has driven them to skip the basic elements of due process and fairness and to rush an impeachment through the House claiming, quote, urgency, close quotes. But the House waited to deliver the articles to the Senate for almost 2 weeks, only after Democrats had secured control over the Senate. In fact, contrary to their claim that the only reason they held it was because Senator McConnell wouldn't accept the article, Representative Clyburn made clear that they had considered holding the articles for over 100 days to provide President Biden with a clear pathway to implement his agenda. Our Constitution and any basic sense of fairness require that every legal process with significant consequences for a person's life, including impeachment, requires due process under the law, which includes fact-finding and the establishment of a legitimate evidentiary record with an appropriate foundation. Even last year's impeachment followed committee hearings and months of examination and investigation by the House. Here, President Trump and his counsel were given no opportunity to review evidence or question its propriety. The rush to judgment for a snap impeachment in this case was just one example of the denial of due process. Another, perhaps even more vitally significant example was the denial of any opportunity ever to test the integrity of the evidence offered against Donald J. Trump in a proceeding seeking to bar him from ever holding public office again, and that seeks to disenfranchise some 75 million voters, American voters. On Wednesday this week, countless news outlets repeated the Democrat talking point about the power of never before seen footage. Let me ask you this. Why was this footage never seen before? Shouldn't the subject of an impeachment trial, this impeachment trial, President Trump, have the right to see the so-called new evidence against him? More importantly, the riot and the attack on this very building was a major event that shocked and impacted all Americans. Shouldn't the American people have seen this footage as soon as it was available? For what possible reason did the House managers withhold it from the American people and President Trump's lawyers? For political gain? How did they get it? How were they the ones releasing it? It is evidence in hundreds of pending criminal cases against the rioters. Why was it not released through law enforcement or the Department of Justice? Is it the result of a rushed snap impeachment for political gain without due process? House Manager Raskin told us all yesterday that your job as jurors in this case is a fact-intensive job. But of course, as several of the House managers have told you, we still don't have the facts. Speaker Pelosi herself on February 2nd called for a 9/11-style commission to investigate the events of January 6th. Speaker Pelosi says that the commission is needed to determine the causes of the events. She says it herself. If an inquiry of that magnitude is needed to determine the causes of the riot, and it may very well be, then how can these same Democrats have the certainty needed to bring articles of impeachment and blame the riots on President Trump? They don't. The House managers, facing a significant lack of evidence, turned often to press reports and rumors during these proceedings. Claims that would never meet the evidentiary standards of any court. In fact, they even relied on the words of Andrew Feinberg, a reporter who recently worked for Sputnik, the Russian propaganda outlet. You saw it posted. By the way, the report they cited was completely refuted. The frequency with which House managers relied on unproven media reports shocked me as I sat in this chamber and listened to this.
And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day.
According to those around him at the time, reportedly responded.
Trump reportedly
reports across all major media outlets.
Major news networks, including Fox News, reportedly summoned. Reportedly not accidental. According to reports, President Trump was reportedly spoke to the guard.
And was widely reported.
Media reports?
According to reports, reportedly.
As any trial lawyer will tell you, reportedly is a euphemism for I have no real evidence. Reportedly is not the standard in any American setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused. Reportedly isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence. It is exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you. And if you're worried that you might ever be tried based on this type of evidence, don't be. You get more due process than this when you fight a parking ticket. One reason due process is so important with respect to evidence offered against an accused is that it requires an opportunity to test the integrity, the credibility, the reliability of the evidence. Here, of course, former President Trump was completely denied any such opportunity. And it turns out there is significant reason to doubt the evidence the House managers have put before us. Let me say this clearly. We have reason to believe the House managers manipulated evidence and selectively edited footage. If they did, and this were a court of law, they would face sanctions from the judge. I don't raise this issue lightly. Rather, it is a product of what we have found in just the limited time we have had since we first saw the evidence here with you this week. We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers, proud of their work on this snap impeachment, staged numerous photo shoots of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom into the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet, and you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic. You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor, so you never saw it when it was presented to you. But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read the text and believe what the text means. And you'll see this reported in the media last evening also. Words matter, they told you, but they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. But I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off. To cheer on some members of Congress and not others, peacefully and patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement. In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action, and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell, but they cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, "A lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on." Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Unfairly, sir, I'm sorry. I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly? No, I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest, and very legally protest, because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure. What makes you think?
This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context. And how many times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists? Now you in America know the truth. Here's another example. One of the House managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words of, "You have to get your people to fight." But you knew what the president really meant. He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't do what he considered to be right. Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers. But they manipulated his words. You will see where they stopped it, and to give it a very different meaning from the meaning it has in full context. Let's watch.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly.
The people who need to fight are members of Congress. Why did we have to skip the necessary due diligence and due process of law and that any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office. House Democrats held the articles until he was no longer president, mooting their case. Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every every day until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. And yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45! Impeach 45!
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes. I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the motherfucker.
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
The representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach them!
Well, we can impeach him every day of the week for anything he does.
That same hatred and anger has led House managers to ignore their own words and actions and set a dangerous double standard. The House managers spoke about rhetoric, about a constant drumbeat of heated language. Well, as I'm sure everyone watching expected, we need to show you some of their own words.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. Well, you have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
Okay.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the
Well, this is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Does one of us have to come out alive?
And there's more.
I promise to fight every single day. One, I'm a fighter and I'm relentless, but I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. A fighter and I'm relentless. I will fight like hell.
But the way I see it now is that we pick ourselves up and we fight back. That's what I think it's all about. We stand up and we fight back. We do not back down. We do not compromise, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can either lie down, you can whimper, you can pull up in a ball, you can decide to move to Canada, or you can stand your ground and fight back. And that's what it's about. We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. We are not turning this country over to what Donald Trump has sold. We are just not. Look, people are upset and they're right to be upset. Now we can whimper, we can whine, or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back because we will not forget. We do not want to forget. We will use that vision to make sure that we fight harder, we fight tougher, and we fight more passionately than ever. We still have a fight on our hands. Fight hard for the changes Americans are demanding. Get in the fight to winning the fight. Fighting. He's fighting. We'll use every tool possible to fight for this change. We'll fight to fight fighting hard. Serious about fighting and fight. We got to get on our front foot and fight back. Problems, we call them out and we fight back. I'm in this fight. I am fighting. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. And fighting, we all need to be in the fight. We all need to stay in the fight. We stay in this fight. We fought back. I am not afraid of a fight. I am in this fight all the way. You don't get what you don't fight for. Our fight. We are in this fight for our lives. This is the fight of our lives.
But we are going to make sure that this fight does not end tonight.
This is a fight for our lives, the lives of our friends and family members and neighbors. It is a fight, and it is a fight that we're going to work to make sure continues. It's a fight. It is a fight. It is a fight, and that's what this fight is for.
Well, I'm wired to fight anyone who isn't doing their job for us. I'm John Tester, and you're damn right. I approve this message.
And I'll have lots of fights ahead of us, and I'm ready to stand up and keep fighting. We have to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight, and we need to fight. We're going to fight. We got a few more fights. We're going to take the privilege of a few more fights, and we have the biggest fight of all. I will never stop fighting. I will fight like hell to fight back against anyone.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
It's a bare-knuckles fight.
Now they're going to have to actually fight back against people.
The fight has to be conducted.
It's so important that we need to fight.
Fight that fight.
We have been fighting.
I was fighting very hard. Time is of the essence, both in terms of the fight.
I think we should be fighting.
Well, I really believe we need to fight.
We're simply not going to take this line down. We're going to keep fighting.
So I'm telling all my colleagues, this is the fight of our life.
Whose side are you on? Who are you fighting for?
They're fighting, I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back. We're not going to just take this line down.
I'm just going to keep the fight up.
What we have to do right now is fight as hard as we can.
We have to rise up and fight back.
And so we're going to fight, and we're going to continue to fight.
I am going to be fighting like hell.
Keep fighting, or we kept fighting and we did, so we're going to keep fighting.
We have to be fighting every single day.
We have to fight back, and we have no choice but to do that. I think we're doing the right thing to do that. Fighting.
And I'm fighting.
Well, our job right now is to fight.
It's really important. I'm going to keep fighting.
I'm asking for the support of people across the country to fight back.
And you got to be fierce in fighting. Keep fighting.
Brown have been fighting.
I've told President Biden I will fight like mad.
I'll tell you what, now more than ever, we have to fight like hell.
We have these battles on the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go down and battle, and I'm going to be down there on the floor fighting.
Right. But we Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
What we've got to do is fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets, fight online, fight at the ballot box.
Fighting and pushing around the clock, fighting, continue to be brave and be strong and keep fighting. We're getting people engaged in the fight. We're fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused. Continue to fight.
Fight. This is going to be a fight.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can, in the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
To continue fighting, we each have an important role to play in fighting. In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight. The American people are going to have to fight. And about the importance of fighting, I will always fight. Fighting. But we always must fight. Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight and to fight. And about the importance of fighting, but we always must fight, to fight, to fight, and to fight. As our willingness to fight continued the fight, as Joe Biden says, to fight. It's about fighting of what we're fighting for. We will tell them about what we did to fight. Truly about a fight. But truly, I do believe that we're in a fight. I believe that we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. So there's a fight in front of us. A fight for all of these things. And so we're prepared to fight for that. We know how to fight. Our ongoing fight, a fight
We know how to fight. We like a good fight. We were born out of a fight. This is what is our fight right now.
There's the fight, there's the fight, there's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend.
Back in the fight.
Our mission is to fight. That is the guiding purpose of House Democrats, fighting. He has never forgotten who he is fighting for. Marched and fought, and we just have to fight. But this is a fight for our country.
Fighting the health crisis of COVID.
I led the fight and continue to fight. Never, never, never give up this fight. I am a citizen fighting for it. It means not only fighting a leader who fought for progressive change, as a lawyer who fought for people his whole life, as well as other fights. And I'm proud that to have Tim in this fight with me. And above all, it's time for America to get back up and once again fight.
We will fight when we must fight.
What kind of America are we fighting for? We've been fighting, so we need to fight, but we also need to fight for an America.
I am going to wake up every day and fight hard. I have been fighting. We're going to fight. We are going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. And I will fight.
We're in the fight of our lives right now.
We fight like hell.
To fight.
To fight.
Fight against the Trump administration. Democrats are standing up to fight. We're in this fight in a serious way. If you'll fight.
We're eager to take on this fight. Get in this fight, and we'll fight it out. I have taken on the fight.
As representatives for the people, as legislators here in the halls of Congress, our job is to fight.
Who has led us in this fight.
Is to fight for this fight.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate. I will fight.
And one of the things we do is fight, should fight.
Because my constituents send me here each and every day to fight.
We have been fighting this fight, and we need to be side by side so we can succeed. And so I hope that you will all join us in our fight. And if we fight, and as the next governor of Georgia, I will never stop fighting. We can show the old guard something new, and we can fight.
My fight, those fights need to fight an administration.
Requiring us to fight, and fight we will. Their fight, and their fight, and their fight. The fight is a fight, and so when we fight the fight that we are in, when we are fighting this fight, we fight this fight. The strength of who we are is we will fight. And we will fight, we will fight the fight, we will fight. We are in a fight. The fight. It is a fight, and it is a fight born out of patriotism. This is a fight, fighting. I say fight on, fight on, fight on, fight on.
I'm here to say one more time publicly, this is not a fight I wanted to take on, but this is the fight in front of us now.
Every single one of you and every one of you. That's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. It's a word people use. But please stop the hypocrisy. And did you tone down the rhetoric last summer when all of this was happening? Did you condemn the rioters? Or did you stand with Nancy Pelosi, who said, people are going to do what they're going to do?
This is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop. And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after.
And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
It was a violent night in St. Louis. They shot and killed David in cold blood.
Destroying property which can be replaced is not violent.
This is an apartment complex on fire, and it just collapsed. The building just collapsed.
I have nowhere to go now. These people did this for no reason.
This is just a snapshot of some of the damage that people will be waking up to.
Going up, but police clearly.
I'm proud of New York, and I'm proud of the protests.
There is damage everywhere you look. Honestly, it looks like a war zone.
Heartwarming to see so many people turn out peacefully.
They keep doing it day after day after day. Our country is a nation of protests. The Patriots were protesters.
St. John's Church is on fire.
Do you disavow the violence from Antifa?
That's a myth.
I hope someone
going to let up, and they should not.
You claim that it's wrong to object to the certification of election results. You, along with your allies in the media, attempted to cancel and censor members of this chamber who voiced concerns and objected to certification. Manager Raskin, you'd been in Congress only 3 days when you objected in 2017. It's one of the first things you did when you got here.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
Is the objection in writing and signed not only by the member of the House of Representatives, but also by a senator?
It is in writing, Mr. President.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
No debate. There's no debate.
I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina based on violations of the Voting Rights Act.
There's no debate in the joint session.
I object because people are horrified by the overwhelming evidence.
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate.
I object.
Objected to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Ohio.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina because of the massive voter suppression and the closing of polling booths.
There's no debate. There's no debate.
16
There's
to 1,
no debate.
And the massive voter suppression that occurred to African Americans.
The gentleman will suspend.
I have an objection to the electoral votes.
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not signed by a member of the Senate. I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter?
There is no debate.
The objection is signed by a member of the House, but not yet by a member of the Senate.
Well, it is over.
And when the House managers realized that the president's actual words could not have incited the riot, as you alleged in your article of impeachment, you attempted to pivot. You said that raising the issue of election security and casting doubt on the propriety of our elections was dangerous. One of the House managers, Mr. Cicilline, told you that this is not about the words Mr. Trump used in isolation. Rather, it is about the big lie. The claim that the election was stolen. The House managers told you that it's the big lie that incited the riot, and that the big lie was President Trump's claim that the election was not a fair election, or that the election was stolen. Claiming an election was stolen, you were told, are words that are insightful to a candidate's followers and cause people to respond violently. Claiming an election was stolen or not legitimate is something that a candidate should never do, because he or she knows, or should know, that such a claim and such words can actually incite violent insurrection, you were told. Well, it seems that the House manager's position must be actually a bit narrower than that. The House manager's position really is that when Republican candidates for office claim an election is stolen or that the winner is illegitimate, it constitutes inciting an insurrection, and the candidate should know it. But Democratic Party candidates for public elective office are perfectly entitled to claim the election was stolen, or that the winner is illegitimate, or to make any other outrageous claim they can. It is their absolute right to do so. And it is their absolute right to do so, irrespective of whether there's any evidence to support the claim. Democratic candidates can claim that an election was stolen because of Russian collusion, or without any explanation at all. And that is perfectly okay, and is in no way incitement to an insurrection. And somehow, when Democratic candidates publicly decry an election as stolen or illegitimate, it's never a big lie. You've been doing it for years.
But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself whether you've ever seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election.
If Stacey Abrams doesn't win in Georgia, they stole it. It's clear. It's clear. And I say that publicly, it's clear.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee.
and you can have the election stolen from you.
He knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows that there were a bunch of different reasons why the election turned out the way it did.
Votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard. And I will not concede.
And I respect where you're coming from, and I respect the issues that you're raising. You're not answering the question. Do you think it was... You're not using the word legitimate.
There are still legitimate concerns over the integrity of our elections and of ensuring the principle of one person, one vote.
I agree with tens of millions of Americans who are very worried that when they cast the ballot on an electronic voting machine, that there is no paper trail to record that vote.
But constantly shifting vote tallies in Ohio and malfunctioning electronic machines, which may not have paper receipts, have led to additional loss of confidence by the public. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and it is appropriate to do so.
House Manager Castro no longer has to try to imagine it, thanks to the distinguished senator and others. It didn't have to be this way. The Democrats promised unity. They promised to deliver the very COVID relief in the form of $2,000 stimulus checks that President Trump called for. They should have listened to their own words of the past. I leave you with the wise words of Congressman Jerry Nadler.
The effect of impeachment is to overturn the popular will of the voters. We must not overturn an election and remove a president from office, except to defend our system of government or our constitutional liberties against a dire threat. And we must not do so without an overwhelming consensus of the American people. There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment supported by one of our major political parties and opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will produce the divisiveness and bitterness in our politics for years to come, and will call into question the very legitimacy of our political institutions. The American people have heard the allegations against the president, and they overwhelmingly oppose impeaching him. They elected President Clinton. They still support him. We have no right to overturn the considered judgment of the American people. Mr. Speaker, the case against the president has not been made. There is far from sufficient evidence to support the allegations, and the allegations, even if proven true, do not rise to the level of impeachable offenses. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a partisan railroad job. The same people who today tell us we must impeach the president for lying under oath almost to a person voted last year to re-elect the speaker who had just admitted lying to Congress in an official proceeding. The American people are watching, and they will not forget. You may have the votes, you may have the muscle, but you do not have the legitimacy of a national consensus or of a constitutional imperative. This partisan coup d'etat will go down in infamy in the history of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Senators. Mr. President. There are two fundamental questions for purposes of this free speech analysis. First, does the First Amendment to the Constitution apply in this chamber to these impeachment proceedings? Second, if it does, do the words spoken by Mr. Trump at the Ellipse on January 6th meet the definition of constitutional incitement so as to void the protections afforded by the First Amendment? I will explain why the answers to both of these questions must be a resounding yes. The Constitution and the First Amendment must certainly apply to these impeachment proceedings, and Mr. Trump's speech deserves full protection under the First Amendment.
But before getting into the legal analysis, some preliminary observations about the House manager's case should be made. First, this case, unfortunately, is about political hatred. It has become very clear that the House Democrats hate Donald Trump. This type of political hatred has no place in our political institutions and certainly no place in the law. This hatred has led the House managers to manipulate and selectively edit Mr. Trump's speech to make it falsely appear that he sought to incite the crowd to violently attack the Capitol. He didn't, and we will show you why. The hatred has also led the House managers to make some astounding legal arguments. They astoundingly urge you to disregard your oath by ignoring the First Amendment of the Constitution. They also ignore landmark binding United States Supreme Court cases, precedents, Wood and Bond, both of which unequivocally hold that elected officials have core First Amendment rights to engage in the exact type of political speech which Mr. Trump engaged in. I was shocked the House managers not only spent a mere 3 pages on the First Amendment analysis in their trial memo, but yesterday they spent a mere 10 minutes at the end of their case as a throwaway. What we have read and what we have heard is devoid of any constitutional analysis for less than what I would expect from a first-year law student. They left out landmark cases, total intellectual dishonesty. And finally, hatred is at the heart of the House managers' frivolous attempts to blame Donald Trump for the criminal acts of the rioters based on double hearsay statements of fringe right-wing groups based on no real evidence other than rank speculation. Hatred is a dangerous thing. We all have to work to overcome it. Hatred should have no place in this chamber in these proceedings. The second observation. The Senate is presented with an extraordinary task sitting in judgment of a former president's words in a speech that he gave at a political event. The House managers accuse Mr. Trump of using his words to incite the horrific events at the Capitol on January 6th. But yesterday, they gave you a new and novel standard of incitement with an element of foreseeability, a negligence concept. They cite zero case law. They made it up. This task of applying a completely made-up legal standard of incitement to an impeachment proceeding is truly an unprecedented task for the Senate. And that is something the Senate must seriously consider when deciding the issue. Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words? Or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false speeches? You can see where this would lead. Sadly, we have all seen the political rhetoric get ratcheted up over the last few years. We've all been witnesses to many incendiary words by our officials at political events, broadcast over the media, internet. In each of those instances, will there now be Senate impeachment hearings? One last observation. We agree with the House managers, context does indeed matter. The inflammatory rhetoric from our elected officials must be considered as part of the larger context of Mr. Trump's speech at the Ellipse on January 6th. The inflammatory language from both sides of the aisle has been alarming, frankly. But this political discourse must be considered as part of these proceedings to contextualize Mr. Trump's words. We have some video to play that highlights some of what I'm talking about. I preface this video by noting I am not showing you this video as some excuse for Mr. Trump's speech. This is not whataboutism. I am showing you this to make the point that all political speech must be protected.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. Or you have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
Okay.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
Again, I did not show you their robust speech to excuse or balance out the speech of my client, for I need not. I showed you the video because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected, and it should be protected evenly for all of us. As a brief aside, we should all reflect and acknowledge the rhetoric has gotten to be too much and over the top. It is grating on the collective well-being of the body politic, the citizens. Most would like it to stop. But the point is, when you see speech such as this, you have to apply the First Amendment evenly, blindly. She is blind, Lady Justice. Question 1. Does the First Amendment apply to this chamber in these proceedings? The House manager's position, as stated in their trial brief, is, and I quote, "The First Amendment does not apply at all to an impeachment proceeding." That's their position. This is plainly wrong. The text of the First Amendment expressly restricts Congress from regulating speech. It says, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." To ignore the Constitution would be contrary to the oath of office of a United States Senator. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Well, you all know the rest. No, the Senate cannot ignore the First Amendment. The Constitution itself limits the ability of the House to impeach to limited items, such as high crimes and misdemeanors. The position advanced by the House managers is essentially an unlimited impeachment standard without constitutional guardrails, unmoored to any specific legal test other than the unbridled discretion of Congress. This is distinctly not the intent of the framers. The framers were aware of the danger of any impeachment process that would make the president the mere creature of the legislature, a quote directly from the framers while debating the impeachment process on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of 1787. The framers were fearful that any impeachment process that gave Congress full discretion on the standard for impeachment would constitute nothing less than a violation, quote, a violation of the fundamental principle of good government. One founding father, James Wilson, wrote extensively on the impeachment process. Mr. Wilson was a renowned legal scholar at the time, a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. He was a major force in drafting and adopting the Constitution in 1787. He served as one of the first six Supreme Court justices, 1789 to 1798. He was appointed by President George Washington. In fact, Wilson taught the first course on the new Constitution to President Washington and his cabinet, the first in the nation's history, in Philadelphia, at the University of Pennsylvania in 1789. Wilson, in his law lectures, the first of their kind under the Constitution, plainly states that the Senate may not ignore the Constitution in impeachment proceedings. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Let me say that again. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Read along with me. The doctrine of impeachments is of high import in the constitutions of free states. On one hand, the most powerful magistrate should be amenable to the law. On the other hand, elevated characters should not be sacrificed merely on account of their elevation. No one should be secure while he violates the Constitution and the laws. Everyone should be secure while he observes them. To be clear, James Wilson is saying that the Constitution does indeed apply when judging whether to convict an official by impeachment. If the complaint of conduct is constitutional, it cannot be impeachable. Are we to ignore the words and teachings of James Wilson? The House managers surely want you to. The House managers have made several references to this letter, signed by 140 partisan law professors, calling Mr. Trump's First Amendment defense legally frivolous. This is really an outrageous attempt to intimidate Mr. Trump's lawyers. Whenever a lawyer advances a truly frivolous argument, they may violate professional ethical rules and could be subject to discipline. This letter is a direct threat to my law license, my career, and my family's financial well-being. These law professors should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the House managers. How dare you? Do you really hate Donald Trump so much that you're willing to destroy good, hard-working people's lives, people that are only doing their jobs, and frankly, as counsel for an accused fulfilling a constitutional role? It's astounding, really. I'm a citizen, not a politician. I know these First Amendment arguments are not anywhere close to frivolous. They're completely meritorious. Interestingly, the law professor's letter was issued on February 5th, 3 days before we even filed our legal brief in this matter, and they ignored landmark, bedrock Supreme Court cases directly addressing this issue. In our brief, we have a direct quote from James Wilson, the founding father, supporting our position. The direct quote was documented in the founding father's original legal papers. Do I have those with you? On the subject. He was the primary draftsman of the Constitution who taught the new Constitution to President Washington. He says so long as acts of elected officials like Mr. Trump are constitutionally protected, he should not be impeached. We have landmark U.S. Supreme Court decisions, Wood and Bonds, which I'll explain in detail, supporting our position. All of this the House managers and the partisan law professors completely and misleadingly ignore. Frivolous? Hardly. The letter is a bully tactic, and I think evidence is the House managers know they have a problem with the First Amendment defense on the merits, so they're resorting to such tactics. The House manager's suggestion that the First Amendment does not apply to this impeachment process is completely untenable. Ignoring the First Amendment would conflict with the senator's oath of office. It would also conflict with well-settled Supreme Court precedent and ignore the intent of the framers of the Constitution, such as James Wilson. Above all else, ignoring the Constitution would adopt the new Raskin common sense doctrine we heard yesterday, eroding hundreds of years of First Amendment protections. We are here under the Constitution. It is illogical what the House managers say. The Constitution does apply to this constitutional impeachment process. It's double talk, nonsense, illogical. If the House managers had their way, they would ignore all of the Constitution. Does that include the Sixth Amendment? The right to counsel? They would have Mr. Trump sitting here without lawyers. And who would be next? It could be anyone. One of you. Or one of you. You must reject this invitation to ignore the First Amendment. It is anti-American and would set dangerous precedent forever. The law has developed over the years to clearly establish elected officials have the right to engage in protected speech. Mr. Trump is not just a guy on the street or a guy at a bar or a fire chief or a police officer. There were a few of them in there. All analogies given by the House managers. These sideways analogies are wrong. Mr. Trump was an elected official, and there is an entire body of law, Supreme Court landmark cases supporting the conclusion that Mr. Trump actually has enhanced free speech rights because he is an elected official. These cases are ignored by the House managers and the law professors. And that, too, is total intellectual dishonesty. The Supreme Court has long held that the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech protects elected officials. Two important on-point decisions from the Supreme Court, Wood versus Georgia and Bond versus Floyd, expressly contradict the House managers' position. The House managers do not even cite those cases in their brief. They barely acknowledge them in their reply, and they were mum on them yesterday. In Wood versus Georgia, the Supreme Court addressed a case involving a sitting sheriff whose re-election was being investigated by a grand jury and paneled by a judge based on allegations of irregular Negro bloc voting. It was in the 60s. The sheriff spoke publicly in multiple press releases calling the grand jury investigations racist, illegitimate, and an attempt to intimidate voters. He even urged the grand jurors on how to decide the issues and not let its high office be a party to any political attempt to intimidate voters. The sheriff viewed the grand jury as challenging the legitimacy of his election. The sheriff even sent a letter to the grand jurors with these allegations, which is an extraordinary step since laws in most states, including Georgia, prohibit attempts to influence or intimidate jurors. The sheriff was charged and convicted of contempt of court and obstruction of the grand jury. But the Supreme Court, in a decision written by Justice Brennan, reversed. The court held that the First Amendment protected an elected public official's speech because the voting controversy directly affected the sheriff's political career. G29. The petitioner was an elected official and had, read with me, please, everybody. The petitioner was an elected official and had the right to enter the field of political controversy, particularly where his political life was at stake. The role that elected officials play in our society makes it all the more imperative that they be allowed freely to express themselves on matters of current public importance. Wood, thus, stands for the proposition that a difference of political opinion expressed in a speech on an issue of voting irregularity cannot be punishable where all that was done was to encourage investigation and peaceful political speech. Just like Mr. Trump has done here. The legal scholars call that directly on point. A second case, Bond versus Floyd, involved a state legislature punishing an elected official for protected political speech. Bond is particularly instructive here, too. In Bond, the Supreme Court squarely addressed the question of an elected official's punishment by a legislature for statements alleged to have incited public violation of the law, the burning of draft cards. The court unequivocally rejected the idea, advanced here by the House managers, that an elected official is entitled to no protection under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court held that the Georgia House of Representatives was, in fact, forbidden by the First Amendment from punishing Bond, by not seating him, for advocating against the policy of the United States. There are three fundamental holdings in Bond. One, the manifest function of the First Amendment in a representative government requires that legislators be given the widest latitude to express their views on issues of policy. Two, just as erroneous statements must be protected to give freedom of expression the breathing space it needs to survive, So statements criticizing public policy and the implementation of it must be similarly protected. Third holding. Legislators have an obligation to take positions on controversial political questions so that their constituents can be fully informed by them and be better able to assess their qualifications. Please read along with me. Their qualifications for office. Also, so they may be represented in governmental debates by the person they have elected to represent them. Mr. Trump enjoys this same First Amendment protection from Congress. The First Amendment's protections guarantee free speech addressing the electoral integrity issues essential to his career that Mr. Trump has consistently advocated. The House managers argue that the First Amendment, and I quote, does not shield public officials who occupy sensitive policy-making positions from adverse actions when their speech undermines important governmental interests. That is flat wrong. They are, in essence, attempting to treat Mr. Trump as their employee. This is not the law under Wood and Bond. Mr. Trump was elected by the people. He is an elected official. The Supreme Court says elected officials must have the right to freely engage in public speech. Indeed, the Supreme Court expressly rejected the House manager's argument in Wood versus Georgia, holding that the sheriff was not a civil servant, but an elected official who had core First Amendment rights which could not be restricted. That's Wood v. Georgia, page 395, footnote 21. The House managers do not mention Wood or Bond in the trial brief or anywhere else. Why? Why not? Because it does not fit their narrative or their story. They want to punish Mr. Trump for engaging in constitutionally protected free speech, and they do not want you to consider the issue. But you must. Question 2. Does Mr. Trump's speech deserve protection under the First Amendment? There is no doubt Mr. Trump engaged in constitutionally protected political speech that the House has improperly characterized as incitement of insurrection. The fatal flaw of the House's argument is that it seeks to mete out governmental punishment, impeachment, based on First Amendment political speech. Speech for political purposes is the kind of activity to which the First Amendment offers its strongest protection. These are bedrock principles recognized by our Supreme Court for decades. The court has stated in no uncertain terms the importance of these principles to our democratic principles. The general proposition that freedom of expression upon public questions is secured by the First Amendment has long been settled by our decisions. The constitutional safeguard, we have said, was fashioned to assure unfettered interchange of ideas for the bringing about of political and social changes desired by the people. New York Times v. Sullivan. Our First Amendment decisions have created a rough hierarchy in the constitutional protection of speech. Core political speeches occupy the highest, most protected position. Even political speech that may incite unlawful conduct is protected from the reach of government punishment. The court has said every idea is an incitement, and if speech may be suppressed when it might inspire someone to act unlawfully, then there is no limit to the state's censorial power. The government may not prohibit speech because it increases the chances of an unlawful act will be committed at some indefinite time in the future. The House managers showed you a series of tweets going all the way back to 2015 in an effort to prove incitement. All of that evidence is totally irrelevant under the constitutional definition of incitement. Brandenburg versus Ohio is really the landmark case on the issue of incitement speech. Half of the case was mentioned yesterday. In the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, another landmark, the court held the government may only suppress speech for advocating the use of force or a violation of law if such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. The Brandenburg holding has been interpreted as having three basic prongs to determine if speech meet the definition of incitement. The Brandenburg test precludes speech from being sanctioned as incitement to a riot unless the speech explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action. 2, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. And 3, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is the likely result of the speech. The House managers cannot get past the first prong of the Brandenburg test. They have not and cannot prove Mr. Trump explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action, period. Brandenburg requires a close examination of the words themselves. The words are either important or they're not. The House managers admitted that the incitement issue is not about the words. Why not? Because on the face of it, Mr. Trump's words are no different than the figurative speech used by every one of the senators assembled here today. If it is not about the words, but about the big lie of a stolen election, then why isn't House Manager Raskin guilty since he tried to overturn the 2016 election? The more the House managers speak, the more hypocrisy gets revealed. Hypocrisy. Even though they say it's not about the words, the law under Brandenburg requires a close analysis of the words to determine incitement. So we need to look at those words. Mr. Trump did the opposite of advocating for lawless action. The opposite. He expressly advocated for peaceful action at the Save America rally. He explicitly stated, these are the words, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard." To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That is how this president has spoken for years when he condemns violence, lawlessness, and rioters. The House managers have played manipulated, selectively edited parts of Mr. Trump's speech. They focus heavily on the word fight. The president used the word fight 20 times in his speech. They picked only 2. Why? Why not the other 18? Because they don't tell the story the way they want to tell it. Here are all of them. Listen to the context.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. Get rid of, how do you say, I want to get rid of America first? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. And the accountability says, if we see somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now we're out here fighting. I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me, I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight, bump, up. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know, they had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse and it's a major headline. But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter? With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
A boxer fighting with his hand tied behind his back, members of Congress fighting, Rudy being Rudy. These are the metaphorical, rhetorical uses of the word fight We all know that, right? Suddenly, the word fight is off limits? Spare us the hypocrisy and false indignation. It's a term used over and over and over again by politicians on both sides of the aisle. And of course, the Democrat House managers know that the word fight has been used figuratively in political speech forever. But don't take it from me. It's best to listen to them.
Our mission is to fight.
Our job is to fight.
We are in a fight. We are in a fight. We are in a fight.
Democrats are fighting as hard as we can.
Democrats are standing up to fight.
We know how to fight. We like a good fight.
Democrats are going to fight like hell.
We fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell.
Fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
We have to fight like hell.
I, and I know many other senators and members of the House, will fight like hell.
We are going to fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
And we just have to fight.
We're going to fight. We are going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight.
Because you will fight.
To fight.
Political revolution. That means that millions have got to stand up and fight.
And fight and fight.
Stand up and fight back.
To fight and continue to fight. Once again, fight back in the fight.
We're fighting back.
My fight. To fight an administration.
You don't get what you don't fight for.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can.
Fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets.
In the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
There's the fight, there's the fight, there's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend.
We're eager to take on this fight.
The American people are going to have to fight.
Get in this fight. Get in this fight.
Around the clock fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused.
We will fight when we must fight. We've been fighting, so we need to fight, but we also need to fight.
It's always going to be an uphill fight.
This is going to be a fight.
We always must fight.
We're in the fight of our lives.
And we're going to be in for the fight of our lives.
This is the fight of our life.
The fight of their lives.
We are in this fight for our lives.
We cannot ever give up fighting.
Hypocrisy. The reality is Mr. Trump was not in any way, shape, or form instructing these people to fight or to use physical violence. What he was instructing them to do was to challenge their opponents in primary elections, to push for sweeping election reforms, to hold big tech responsible, all customary and legal ways to petition your government for redress of grievances, which of course is also protected constitutional speech. But the House managers don't want you to focus on those things because, again, it does not fit their story. In the end, I leave you with this quote from Benjamin Franklin. Freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. When this support is taken away, the constitution of a free society is dissolved and tyranny is erected on its ruins. Thank you.
Mr. President,
The majority leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
Without objection.
All right, just about 2 hours into the defense case, the president's lawyers making the case. They are taking their first break. Keep in mind that we expect that the Trump defense will only take a few hours, so this may be the only break before they go back into it. I want to bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Chuck, this seems to have tracked along pretty much the way that we expected, to call the president's speech more political rhetoric than anything that would incite a crowd, going after many of the usual enemies, the media and Democrats, and using the words of Democrats against this case, essentially indicting them for their words. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, Sean Hannity or Rush Limbaugh could have put this together. It was just sort of a lazy version of whataboutism. I mean, it really wasn't even that sophisticated. It was a bit intellectually dishonest in numerous times. But it's clear what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to isolate the January 6th speech. They're trying to ignore everything else about it. They're trying to ignore all the tweets around it. And look, there's still 2 hours. Maybe they will address the dereliction of duty issues with him during the siege and right after it. But this is a time, look, it can come across extraordinarily silly. I mean, to see them even replaying videos over and over, it almost feels as if like there's a term paper and they're trying to fill in the blanks here and adding the words very, 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 but instead they're using the word fight and, hey, let's extend the video play more to suck up time. But it's clearly designed to just to the deepest of the sort of the talk radio, primetime cable base of the Republican Party, that part of it. And look, that's the animated part of this base, right? That is the Trump base. They're not trying to address any of the real elephants in the room right now, and maybe that's their fast track in their minds, their fast track to acquittal, but they're not actually addressing any of the real accusations that have been made against the former president.
Andrea, some of those accusations had to do with what the former president was saying at the time. His vice president was being whisked away to a secure location of the Capitol. What other things stood out in terms of things that have not been addressed so far that were made by the House managers?
Well, they certainly never addressed what he did during those 6 hours, and after being told by Senator Tuberville of Alabama that the vice president was being taken out and not responding at all with any concerns about his vice president or any effort to get the National Guard or anyone else in. But also the fact-checking, there was no Antifa leader who was arrested there. There was someone arrested but not connected to Antifa. To try to describe that rally as a left-wing inspired rally is absurd on its face. There was also the claim that that the House managers did not disclose the security footage beforehand to the defense. Well, this is not a trial in the classic sense of a trial. As the senators are not jurors, there is no obligation to disclose to the defense what their strategy is. I don't know if the defense had asked for that security footage. There's no indication that they had. They didn't claim that they had. They misstated what happened in Lafayette Square. There was no fencing around Lafayette Square at the time. There was no breach of any security wall. They also misstated Hillary Clinton. She conceded the morning after the election. I was there. She conceded that in the overnight hours as well at 2 or 3 in the morning, but she had a news conference. She, surrounded by her family and her top aides, were at a hotel in New York saying that President Trump had won and that she wished him well as a citizen. So it's not that she was denying the reality of the election results as Donald Trump did. She certainly raised questions about whether or not there had been election interference by the Russians, but that was certainly subsequent to years after, actually, to having conceded. Lester?
All right, Andrea, let me go to Casey Hunt, who's on Capitol Hill. Casey, many of the members who were in that room were unwitting stars of some of the videos that were played today as the president's lawyers really honed in on this idea of hypocrisy. What was the reaction among Democratic senators or even Republican senators as those videos were played?
Lester, I was actually in the chamber watching the senators as this video played on the screen, and while for the most part senators who saw themselves on the screen had studied non-reactions, it prompted whispers from their colleagues, comments throughout, and when the attorney turned at the end of that montage and seemed to direct his comments at the Democratic senators, there was a lot of shifting in seats, some outright laughter, and clearly a sense of what is the point here? Why did we just go through that exercise? Now, on the Republican side, everyone seemed to be watching along. Senator Josh Hawley, who, as we've noted earlier in the week, had been doing other things during the proceedings, seemed to be watching this time and perhaps taking notes on a pad of paper. At one point in the fight montage, Senator Rand Paul openly laughing as the Elizabeth Warren clips continued to play. It felt clear to me in the room that this was really a play to former President Trump's sensibilities, to the sensibilities of his supporters, to those who watch media outlets where many of these themes come, because this was not something really that in the room I don't think was taken in the same kind of serious way that it may be by people who are consuming that sort of media. Now, another note I should make, Lester, we've got some new reporting from the House managers who you may have seen at the top of the performance today. The Trump attorney took some issue with how some of the things were presented in the House managers' presentation. So they're defending themselves at this point. They acknowledge that there was a mistake with a tweet that showed a blue check mark, but they also point out that they've had to recreate a lot of this because former President Trump was kicked off Twitter after the riot. And so they have to use archives to reconstruct all of these graphics, which they say that President Trump's attorneys should be willing to or should rather know as they're working on this presentation.
Casey, let me ask you, will the House managers have a chance to rebut some of the things said today, to walk us through the end game and all this?
Well, Lester, there still are going to be closing arguments, so we will have another opportunity to hear from House managers, and then, of course, again, from former President Trump's defense attorneys. The way that it's structured, the managers could save out some of their time and have basically the last word on the floor. But before we get to that point, we're going to have a question and answer session from senators. And while the prosecution and the defense seem to have not taken the entirety of their time, I'm interested to see the senators have 4 hours for Q&A. In the last impeachment trial, they took all of their time. They don't typically like to give up their own time, but then again, there is a very real sense people want to get on with this. So I think you could potentially see them asking questions that allow the House managers to come back and make these cases in public, potentially to respond to what the Trump team has done here. But we're just going to have to wait and see. We do know that right now senators are crafting questions, submitting questions behind the scenes. They're going to be looked at to make sure that they're not repetitive and organized ahead of time before we get to that phase of the trial, which could come later today or tomorrow, Lester.
All right, Casey, let's bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, ultimately, this is about some Republican senators needing the sufficient cover to vote for acquittal. That's the bar here. How does it look?
Well, the reaction that Casey just described from some of the senators in the room, I think, is interesting. And the reaction that I imagine that we're seeing, although we don't have a camera at Mar-a-Lago right now, from Donald Trump, I think is worth noting. I think there are things that he would have liked in that presentation. Number one, the audiovisual element of it. He's a person who likes TV. There were plenty of clips, in some instances, repetitive clips as you were watching through them, including some of the montages that we saw there. The Trump defense team and those around the Trump defense team liked that. They thought and said publicly, as this presentation was happening over the last 2 hours, that was basically hammering or pummeling the point home that they wanted to make. I think that if you're Donald Trump, you also like to see his attorneys, 2 of them at least, use some of these buzzwords that we often hear in conservative circles. So, for example, you heard one of the former president's attorneys call this constitutional cancel culture, basically seizing on this sort of line that's been used in various other instances, not at all relating to impeachment, in conservative circles in the last, year or so, 6 months or so. You also heard one of the attorneys say this is not whataboutism, to the point that Chuck Todd made just a couple of minutes ago. It is, in fact, the definition of whataboutism, and that it is essentially looking to equivocate the actions and the language of former President Trump to things that Democrats have said in an entirely different context and one that was not shown there. So here's what's not been addressed. And you talked about the questions of what is still sort of out there. We do have time left, right? They technically have up to, I think, 14 more hours. They are certainly not expected to take all this time. But one of the things that really hasn't been touched on yet that Republicans do want to know about or will want to hear about, including certainly Democrats too, is what about the case that the House managers made specifically yesterday, linking the acts of the insurrectionists, the language of the insurrectionists, to direction from Donald Trump himself? That's going to be important for the defense team to try to put up some kind of answer to here, because that is an open question. When you look ahead to the Q&A, there are other senators, I think Republican Bill Cassidy among them, who want to know more about that phone call between Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, then President Trump, now former President Trump, the timing of what he knew and when he knew it. There are things that Republicans sitting in that room will want to hear. Broadly, however, at this point, the defense team is making much more of a political argument than a legal argument. It took probably 90 minutes or so to get to some of the meat and potatoes of the legal case. But then again, Lester, as we've been saying, that's not necessarily what this is about. This is not a court of law. That has been made very clear. This is a political proceeding, and the Trump defense team is seizing on that, Lester.
Yeah, and yet there are legal arguments. Let's go to former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official and an NBC News contributor, Chuck Rosenberg, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb is a former U.S. attorney. Really, there seem to be two legal arguments that were put there, so I'm going to let you guys split it up. Chuck, first take on the First Amendment argument that the president's attorneys are making. Is it a solid one? Where do you see holes in it, if there are?
Oh, I don't think it's a solid one at all, and I think there's a significant hole in it, Lester. Let me give you an example. Imagine that on Martin Luther King Day, former President Trump decided to put on a Ku Klux Klan robe and a Nazi swastika armband and march down Pennsylvania Avenue. Is that protected by the First Amendment? Absolutely. Absolutely clear. No question about it. Would that be impeachable? Of course it would be impeachable for a whole bunch of reasons, including that the Senate has the sole power to try all cases of impeachment, and the House has the sole power to impeach for high crimes and misdemeanors, which we know includes public misconduct. And so the First Amendment argument, reference to the 1969 Supreme Court case of Brandenburg, a very important case in First Amendment jurisprudence, is interesting. It's also completely beside the point.
All right, let me turn to Carol on the other legal argument I heard, and there may have been more in there, but the idea that the former president has been denied due process. Carol, dissect that argument for me.
Well, that argument has even less merit than the First Amendment argument. That argument, and I'm sure Chuck would agree with this, as all former prosecutors would, there is no due process right during an investigative stage. The Republicans brought this up last year, in last year's impeachment hearing as well, when they argued, unfortunately incorrectly, that they were denied due process and the ability to attend the hearings that led up to the impeachment. But when a prosecutor is investigating a case and determining whether to bring charges, as is the House's role in an impeachment, there is simply no due process allowance. And as Jamie Raskin noted yesterday, sometimes that opportunity is presented to the person who might be impeached, but it does not have to be. There was time pressure here, and there was also, probably more importantly, just a lot of public evidence in this case. There was no secret about what was being investigated or what the evidence was, frankly. So that was simply not a meritorious argument.
Yeah, I mean, the president's lawyers will argue, and they did argue, that those surveillance tapes, which were revealed for the first time, weren't presented to the defense ahead of time as you would in a trial with discovery. Does that in itself undermine due process?
You know, the rules are what the rules are, what the Senate decides the rules are. In a criminal court of law, or even a civil court of law, there are many, many rules and a lot of case law that is imposed by courts in the wake of laws being passed, and people have to abide by those rules. In this case, there are simply no rules governing discovery. If the defense wanted to show videos, as they did, that others had not seen before, there's no rule governing that. And when we talk about precedent in an impeachment, that things have been done previously in impeachment hearings, and that's precedent. It may well be precedent, but it is not binding precedent. That's the point. The rules in this impeachment are what the rules that this Senate today says are the rules.
Chuck, anything else stand out to you in this first part of the defense's case? Not sure we have Chuck with us anyway. We should note on the others. Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, no, I would add another point to what Carol said, and I agree with her. It was interesting to hear the defense team argue that they were denied due process. Remember, this is the same defense team that met with jurors, senators, to map out trial strategy. Now, that's a remarkable thing. Carol and I were federal prosecutors. You don't even look at jurors when you are not in the courtroom. You don't talk to them. If you pass them in the hallway, you go to the other side of the hall. If an elevator door opens and there's a juror in it, you don't get on the elevator. And yet these defense lawyers who were complaining about violations of due process are mapping out trial strategy with jurors. Extraordinary.
All right. On the right side of your screen, we should know these are just pictures of the corridors outside the Senate chambers and just some of the comings and goings of the senators and their staff during this brief break. I want to go to Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker right now while we have a moment. Kristen, the president has made it clear right now his focus is on COVID and other pressing matters. To the extent he's actually watching this physically, I guess is an open question, but how closely are they following all this?
Well, they are following it, Lester, and heading into this week, President Biden, his top advisors have said that he was going to keep the focus on the fight against COVID-19, really only weighing in on that matter. But as we have gotten more deeply into this trial, the president is increasingly weighing in on the matter. It happened again early this morning. He and the First Lady came out to tour this Valentine's display that is set up here on the North Lawn behind me. And when he was asked about the impeachment trial, the president said he's anxious to see what his Republican friends will do. Will they, quote, stand up? And of course, that comes on the heels yesterday, Lester, of my asking him in the Oval Office about the newly revealed videos that we all saw this week of that attack against the Capitol. And President Biden responded to that by saying that he thinks it could sway some minds. And now, just moments ago, in the press briefing room, Jen Psaki, who's the White House press secretary, weighed in again on the matter. She said that it's all a reminder of why this can't happen again, and that the president wants his Republican colleagues to take their responsibility very seriously. So that is the tone that is coming from this administration, again, as the president increasingly weighs on what we're seeing on Capitol Hill. Now, he's also trying to keep the focus on his agenda, on his push to get that $1.9 trillion COVID relief package passed. He had a bipartisan meeting with governors and mayors earlier today, and that was the key focus. Lester, he wants it to pass with bipartisan support, and it increasingly looks like that might not happen, that Democrats may have to go it alone. But nonetheless, this is the backdrop, this impeachment trial, and there are concerns among top White House officials that what's happening on Capitol Hill, if it doesn't get wrapped up quickly, could slow the momentum for the president's legislative agenda. Now, publicly, they are not weighing in on the timeline, but those are the conversations that are happening privately. In terms of this continuing through the weekend, we know that the president is going to be at Camp David, his first trip that he will make as president. He has said he's not watching these proceedings as they unfold live because he's been so busy working on COVID-19. That's the message from the president, but clearly paying very close attention to what's happening on Capitol Hill and watching the news reports. Lester.
All right, David Schoen there, one of the president's lawyers making his way back toward the chambers. Kristen, thank you. Joining me now is Jonathan Capehart, host of the Sunday Show on MSNBC and also NBC News political analyst and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Gentlemen, good to have you both here. Let me start with you, Jonathan. Just ticking off some of the key words in the first few minutes of the defense presentation: Antifa, cancel culture, witch hunt, Elizabeth Warren. These are obviously names that spark a lot of emotion among the president's base. How key was it that they quickly went there?
I think it's key, Lester, because
you're focused on this is language that appeals to the president's base, but more importantly, it is language that has come out of the former president's own mouth. And so the entire presentation of the defense, I kept thinking the things that I always thought during Donald Trump's presidency, whenever any of his officials were speaking ostensibly to the public, you always got the sense, and eventually you always knew that those officials were speaking to an audience of one. They were speaking directly to the president, then President Trump, because they knew he was watching, they knew he was listening, and they knew that they would be berated if they did not hew to the lines and the arguments that he wanted out there. And so when cancel culture was said, when witch hunt was said, barely 2 minutes into their presentation, the light bulb went off in my head and said, they're not really talking to the senators. They're not even talking to the American people in the way that the House impeachment managers. They are talking to Donald Trump. And we know that Donald Trump is watching because of the press reports about how angry he was on the first day of the trial when the arguments were going back and forth over the constitutionality of the actual trial, and how angry he was with his lawyer, Mr. Koster, which is why we have not seen him today. So it's an audience of one, has always been, and apparently will continue to be.
Yeah, Rich, weigh in on that for me. Let's say it's an audience for one, but if you're a Republican member of the Senate who's been feeling really queasy about all this, does anything you've seen in the first part of this day would make you feel better about acquitting?
Yes. Now, obviously, they're throwing out a lot of flack, and they are concerned with President Trump and what he thinks of everything they're saying. But I think that the key thing to focus on is what I believe is the defect in the article of impeachment, which strongly implies, if it doesn't explicitly state, that the president had the intent for these protesters to ransack the Capitol. That's at the heart of the article. And I don't believe that's true, and I certainly don't believe it was proven. And I think at the end of the president's defense right before this break, that was the point of the emphasis on the word fight. Because the Democrats say, look, he said fight. You know, he said fight like hell. He wanted them to go beat up police officers and try to run down and hang Mike Pence. And the president's lawyers are saying, no, everyone uses that word. It's kind of martial imagery that's common in our political discourse, so you can't hang intent on that. So I believe that this is, again, this is the defect in the article. I think if Democrats in the House had taken more time with it, thought about it, marinated in the factual record more, they would have written it differently. There are all sorts of blameworthy things that you could have put in the article without stretching to something that can't be proven, and I think is factually incorrect.
All right, let me bring Chuck Todd in here and Andrew Mitchell as well. Chuck, I don't know how many times we heard the word fight, but did they effectively take the sting out of the word? We heard it over the last couple of days from the House managers, from the president's mouth, trying to create that linkage. He's telling them to go fight at the Capitol. Hearing it and presented in this way with the dramatic music behind it and the beating drums, did that take some of the sting out of the word?
Well, what they want to do, I think, in fact, I think it's even more narrow than that, Lester, what the motive is. It's to make the focus the speech itself. They want the January 6th speech itself in isolation. They want that to say, well, that wasn't, you can't point to just that. Now, of course, that's not the Democratic House manager's case. They have a case where they're saying, hey, this was a 5-year campaign and certainly a 30-day effort to sort of plan and make this happen. But I do think the whole point of the fight montage was to try to say, hey, don't pay attention to the other arguments, just pay attention to that speech. So I do think it both exposes their own defense flaws. It's hard to defend against much of what the House impeachment managers have laid out. So they're trying to find the narrowest path that they think they can find something that's, you know, a fig leaf to defend themselves with. So diluting the word fight is about the best they could come up with.
And Andrew, we just watched Senator Mitch McConnell walk by the camera there. This trial is moving at a very quick pace. If we understand right, the defense is going to wrap up here within the next hour or two. At what point are Republicans going to need to hear from Mitch McConnell about where he's going?
Some of them may already have heard from him, although he's been very oblique, to say the least. But there was a gathering of some of the more moderate the conservative Republicans around Mitch McConnell that Casey and others noted during recesses yesterday. And so he may be signaling to some of his allies. Senator Thune, who sits near him, of course, is the number 2 in their caucus. So they may already understand where he's going. And there's no one really who thinks that 17 Republicans will vote to convict, but there may be more than the 5 or 6 that we are now suggesting if Mitch McConnell does, and some of these other Republicans who do have questions. I think the questions, actually, that are asked by the senators will give us a pretty good clue as to what they want to ask from each side. I just want to point out also something interesting, that the same Supreme Court case was cited by both sides, Jamie Raskin and by the defense, on opposite sides of the argument about the First Amendment free speech privilege. And it does involve, interestingly, a man named Clarence Brandenburg, who in 1964, after the landmark Civil Rights Act was passed by Lyndon Johnson and, of course, signed by Lyndon Johnson, he was a Ku Klux Klan member leading a rally in Ohio. And he was jailed for incitement of a riot and wearing KKK robes and the like. He was defended in a Supreme Court argument by none other than Eleanor Holmes Norton, the black woman who is the 83-year-old longtime veteran delegate from the District of Columbia to Congress. And she was asked recently by the Washington Post about this, and the Supreme Court upheld the case, saying that he was not inciting to riot. And she said that as an ACLU lawyer then and now as a free speech proponent, she believes that that was the right case because he was not inciting a riot. But the counter-argument made by Jamie Raskin is that President Trump was, and that was from his statements before, during, and after. So that selective editing of the January 6th speech by the defense is very much in dispute.
All right, Andrea, thanks again. We've been watching members of the Senate and staff making their way down these corridors, and there's likely some interesting conversations taking place, and Casey Hunt has been observing some of them. Casey.
Lester, that's right. And we just saw Senator Ted Cruz go into the LBJ room off the Senate floor where the defense has been working throughout this trial. We saw him yesterday meeting with Donald Trump's defense team here at the Capitol, along with a couple of other Republican senators. And I think that gives you a window into how they're proceeding here, because the reality is, I think there was a sense it would be hard for the defense team to do worse than they did in their opening arguments. They were widely panned, criticized by Republicans as being unfocused. Of course, we've reported, our White House team has reported that former President Trump was not pleased with their presentation. So clearly there were some who felt a need to make sure that they were involved here. And you know what you've seen, I think, is an attempt to push everyone back into their partisan corners. There are reminders to people watching, whether they be in particular Trump supporters, that these are your enemies, the media, the Democrats, the way that they are being hypocritical toward you. You are the victim of their manipulation. Those are themes that really hit on many of the culture war items that many of Republicans, certainly like Ted Cruz, often push on when they appear on places like Fox News or Newsmax. So I think you're seeing that play out in real time. And the question for me is, okay, we've seen all of this play out, but the reality is the actions that were taken in the wake of what President Trump said, they have not been the focus of the defense today. And the reality is we're still living here at the Capitol with all of the impacts of that. I mean, there are National Guard troops in the tunnels underneath these buildings, hundreds of them, with guns that are very, frankly, jarring to see. There's razor wire around the entire complex. The roads are still closed. It's hard to drive down those broad avenues here in Washington, D.C., along the mall that's supposed to be, America's really demonstration of democracy, that the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Monument, and of course, down at this end, the Capitol of the United States. And that's all because of the actions that were taken in the wake of what President Trump did. And And I also think it shows you why the House managers set up their arguments the way they did. They started well before January 6th to show how what the president did in the lead up to that speech that he made were also relevant to this argument about incitement. So again, the question is, are there any Republicans that are going to be convinced here? Is there some cover that the defense team can give to Republicans who don't want to vote to acquit the president, but who are feeling conflicted or troubled about it? And, you know, that I think is the one answer that's still outstanding. We've had a little bit of praise for the Republican presentation today from people like Lisa Murkowski, but the reality is we also believe that we know where Murkowski is going to come down on this and that she is likely to vote to convict this president. So there's still that big question hanging out there of what Mitch McConnell is going to do, and I think the reporting that I'm pursuing over the course of the next few hours is, okay, how did he react to what he saw today? How did John Thune, his number 2, react to what he saw today? Because I think that may tell us a lot about the next 24 hours.
Yeah, all right, Casey, thank you. Let me bring in attorney Dan Goldman, who assisted the Democrats during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Dan, I want to talk about, there's going to be obviously more of the defense case, but then there's going to be this question and answer period. If you're a Democratic senator right now, what questions have been unanswered that you would want to ask to this defense team?
Oh, there are a lot of questions that I'd want to ask. The first would be, if Donald Trump was not responsible for the insurrection, why were there so many Republican officials going on television during the riot saying that Donald Trump needs to call it off because he's the only one who can? Why were so many of the supporters saying on Parler or other social media postings that they were there at the direction of Donald Trump? We really haven't addressed what Rich Lowry's point is very much at all. We haven't addressed a number of things. They haven't addressed the constitutional argument. They haven't addressed this intent argument. I thought the first thing that they would do would be to condemn the attacks and try to distance Donald Trump from them. They haven't done that yet. And they haven't addressed any of what you just recited, the sort of buildup to the January 6th event, which is everything in terms of proving intent. It's showing there was a pattern in practice of Trump making inflammatory comments and his supporters reacting with violence that Trump would then endorse. That indicated that he certainly intended to incite them to protest. So I mean, there are a ton of questions that are unanswered now, and I'm guessing will remain unanswered after this presentation, because they are just trying to find a couple of talking points that can be replayed on conservative media that the Senate Republicans can glom onto, that they can then hang their acquittal verdict on without taking, too much heat. And I frankly expect to see a little bit more of some of what I said just now, but I thought that some of the claims about manipulating evidence and the partisan talk about unity and divisiveness, it's really hard to hear that sort of thing when Donald Trump has still not recognized Joe Biden as legitimate president. He has still not admitted that his big lie was a lie. It's hard to then claim, oh, this is a divisive proceeding. So I would anticipate that they will get to more of the meat and potatoes of what their argument is going to be.
Yeah, well, we'll see here very shortly when this trial resumes. Dan, thank you. Hallie Jackson, let's talk about the defense team and what their plan is for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, if they've got more meat and potatoes to get to, as Dan Goldman just laid out, it's going to be on a pretty small plate, because Trump attorney David Schoen is telling one of our NBC News colleagues over on Capitol Hill that they don't have much left, which means this is going to wrap up probably within the next hour to perhaps 2 hours, probably max, which means we may be barreling toward that Senate Q&A at some point tonight in what is really, Lester, an extraordinarily accelerated timeline, especially considering what has been laid out now from the House Democratic managers. Listen, nobody wants this to be dragged out, at least on the defense side. That has been a very specific point that has been made repeatedly by those on the former president's defense team. But if this goes at the rate we think it'll go, it might be closer to 3 hours even than 4. And this had been the plan, at least as of yesterday. That said, at least as of late last night, our team has reported that the Trump legal team was still trying to put together how their arguments would come together, who would go when, the order, etc. You're seeing some of that now. You will see, as we heard at the very top of the defense team presentation, Bruce Castor, who is that attorney that so irritated former President Trump, based on the sources that I've talked to and our team has talked to, when he spoke earlier in the week. So that is something to keep an eye on. But again, it does look like we may be headed to that Q&A. Of course, it's up to the Senate to decide what happens when. Do they want to pause, come back tomorrow for that? But given sort of the desire, at least on the part of many Senate Republicans, to get through this, it seems like that's where we're going here, Lester.
Yeah, and we should note, of course, the House managers did not use their allotted time, coming up, I think, 5 or 6 hours shorter than what they were allocated. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker right now. Kristen, what sort of reaction are you getting to what we have seen thus far?
Well, former President Trump's allies believe this has been a very strong presentation so far by the legal team. They think that this was an important reset from everything that Hallie was just talking about, that first appearance by the legal team, which disappointed the former president. And so now they watch and wait to see what happens in these final remaining hours. I do think, Lester, it's worth taking a step back and noting that all of this is unfolding against the backdrop of a Republican Party that is sharply splintered right now. We know that just 6 Republican senators voted to say that, yes, these proceedings were even constitutional. So that, of course, gives us a potential indication of what we might see in a final vote. But behind the scenes, there's a lot more discord. We know that there are a number of Republicans who, for example, might vote to acquit former President Trump, but who still feel let down by his behavior on January 6th. And today, these stunning quotes that we are getting from former President Trump's UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, who said in an interview, Lester, and let me just read you some of what she said. She was asked about the former president's words and actions on that day. She said, "We need to acknowledge he let us down. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him. We shouldn't have listened to him, and we can't let that ever happen again." When she was asked if she thought Mr. Trump could run for office again, she says she doesn't. She thinks he's fallen too far. Now, we have reached out to people in Mr. Trump's inner circle to try to get reaction to that. So far, we haven't been able to. We've also, of course, reached out to Nikki Haley. It is worth noting she's someone who has her own eyes on a potential run in 2024. But it does underscore what is happening here within the Republican Party. You have people choosing sides about what happened on January 6th and about former President Trump. Now, if you look at the polls, he is still very popular within the Republican Party. He still has a very strong base of support. And so anyone who wants to run in 2024, Lester, is going to have to contend with that. And that's part of the political box that a number of these Republican senators find themselves in right now. But again, just remarkable comments coming from former President Trump's former UN ambassador Nikki Haley, who, of course, left long before the Trump presidency was over. Lester, in part, it was thought at the time to try to distance herself from a very controversial figure who is now increasingly more controversial.
All right, Kristen, thanks. I want to bring Chuck Todd back into the conversation if I can. Chuck, unless I miss it, they didn't really address in a big way what the Democrats have been labeling the big lie, the president's contention that the election had been stolen. It seems a little awkward that you've got, Republicans in those chambers who bought into this, who supported this. So do you expect that the defense is going to take that on or just move past it?
Lester, I think that they would claim they already took it on. I think that they're in their own whataboutism way. That was the point of putting Hillary Clinton up there. That was the point of talking about Jamie Raskin being one of those that rose to challenge the electors in January 6 on 2017. So I think that is their attempt to try to dilute that charge as well. But look, they're already having a real trouble here. Their first 2 hours of presentation isn't holding up well under fact checks. Apparently, They claimed somehow they didn't get those videos beforehand. Well, it turns out they did. And I do want to remind folks one other thing. There's this conversation about due process. Did they get their due process? Well, the House impeachment managers have a very important Republican ally on their side on this question, and it's Mitch McConnell. When both McConnell and Schumer agreed to the rules of the trial, here's what McConnell said in a statement. Republicans set out to ensure the Senate's next steps will respect former President Trump's rights and due process, the institution of the Senate, and the office of the presidency. That goal has been achieved. This is a win for due process and fairness. Those are the words of Mitch McConnell about the rules of this trial. So it is almost foundational undermining of their due process argument, Lester.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to bring Rich Lowry back into this and talk a little more about Mitch McConnell and what influence he still wields here.
Yeah, obviously a key and interesting player, and I've never thought conviction was in the cards, Lester, except for that moment, couple days, when there was a leak from McConnell's team, very deliberate, very calculated, to the New York Times saying that he was glad that Trump was getting impeached by the House, and he didn't know where he was going to come down on conviction. And I think that was McConnell kind of testing the waters, seeing if something would break loose within his own caucus, and you'd get more than the 5 votes we're probably going to get for conviction, whether it be a higher number. And I think if it was a higher number, that McConnell probably would have joined it. I think his calculations probably have changed now, that he realizes as the leader that he can't be one of 6. You know, he could be one of 12, one of 17, but one of 6 would be awkward for him. And then I imagine, I'm guessing also has an eye to future political fights with the Trump forces, and realizes voting to convict will make him very radioactive for a lot of voters.
All right, Rich, thank you. Senator Leahy is back, and we're going to... Trial resumes.
Mr. Castro is recognized.
Mr. President,
Mr.
members
Castro.
of the Senate, good afternoon. It has been my great privilege over the past couple of weeks to lead this outstanding team of lawyers and dedicated professionals in the defense of the 45th President of the United States. One of the most difficult things in leading such a talented group is deciding who's responsible for what and the strategy and the order in which we will present our evidence. And you have heard from Mr. Van der Veen and Mr. Schoen on the importance of the First Amendment and the importance of due process of law. And because I had the opportunity to set out the schedule, I decided that I would take the last substantive part of the case for myself. You can take that 2 ways. The first, perhaps, is the best, and that would be that it's almost over. The second is that perhaps you have to wait another hour for it to be over. The reason why I chose this section, and believe me, it was a very difficult decision to make, because I thought that the other arguments presented by Mr. Schoen and Mr. Van der Veen were outstandingly researched, thoroughly vetted, and wonderfully and articulately presented by them. But the critical issue in this case is the very narrow issue that is charged against the 45th president. And that issue is, did the 45th president engage in incitement of, they continue to say, insurrection? Clearly, there was no insurrection. Insurrection is a term of art defined in the law. It involves taking over a country, a shadow government, taking the TV stations over, and having some plan on what you're going to do when you finally take power. Clearly, this is not that. What our colleagues here across the aisle meant is incitement to violence, to riot. So the word incitement is the critical case and the critical issue in the case. Now, the first time that you heard from us, I told you that you would never hear from our side that what happened on January 6th was anything other than horrific, and that the 45th President of the United States and his lawyers and his entire team adamantly denounce that violence by those criminals that occurred in this very chamber, in this very building. There was a reason why we started our presentation back on Tuesday in that way. Because I did not want the senators to consider that there was any challenge to that particular fact. And yet, the House managers, knowing it was not contested at all, chose to spend 14+ hours showing you pictures of how horrific the attack on the United States Capitol was. They spent no time at all in connecting legally the attack on the Capitol to the 45th President of the United States, which is the only question that needs to be answered, is, was Donald Trump responsible for inciting the violence that came to this building on January 6th? Now, by any measure, President Trump is the most pro-police, anti-mob rule president this country has ever seen. His real supporters know this. He made it clear throughout his presidency. He made it clear during the violence this past summer. He made it clear on January 6th. But politics changes things. Politics has created and interposed an element that should not be here. It has interposed the element of hatred. And the political world changes when hatred becomes part of the dynamic. As we wrote in our answer to the original charging document, and I hope that this is a phrase that lives on long after we are all departed, and that I hope someday this becomes the mantra by which all of us operate who work for the benefit of the public. That political hatred has no place in the American justice system, and most certainly no place in the Congress of the United States. To illustrate the contrast that I am speaking of, we have a video.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protests have been peaceful.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together, we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
But I think you need to go back and punch him in the face. Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order.
Is there truly anyone in this chamber who disagrees with the words as spoken by President Trump on that video? Surely not. Surely not. This contrast, and in this context, I ask you to keep that in mind. My colleagues here, actually my colleague here, Mr. Raskin, hopes that you don't. They have used selective editing and manipulated visuals to paint a picture far different from this truth. Make no mistake, and I will repeat it now and anytime I'm ever asked, January 6th was a terrible day for our country. The attack on this building shocked us all. President Trump did not incite or cause the horrific violence that occurred on January 6th, 2021. They know that. We know the president did not incite the riot because of his plain words that day, as Mr. Van der Veen elucidated on a few moments ago. We know the president could not have incited the riots because of the timeline of the events of that day. We heard a great deal from the House manager about their prosecutorial bona fides and their ability to analyze evidence, apply it to statutes, use timelines, and figure out what happened based on circumstantial evidence and direct evidence and testimony and forensic analysis. I can't recall any of the House managers who got up that didn't make some reference to prosecutorial bona fides. Well, I spent more than 3 decades locking up killers, and I do know a little bit about applying the facts to the law. We know that the president would never have wanted such a riot to occur because his long-standing hatred for violent protesters and his love for law and order is on display, worn on his sleeve, every single day that he served in the White House. But if we're going to apply the facts to the statute, it has to be done systematically. It has to be done with precision, the way a court would expect us to do that. Let's look at the letter of the law. Again, Mr. Van der Veen gave you an overview of the Brandenburg case and some of the related cases. You notice that when Mr. Van der Veen listed the elements that he took verbatim or close to verbatim right out of Vandenberg, they bore no reference whatsoever to the elements that were flashed up by the Democrat managers the other day repeatedly. He actually used the Supreme Court's case. He didn't make it up. Let's look at the letter of the law. The Supreme Court of the United States over 50 years ago laid out a clear test to determine whether speech is incitement. Under that test, the Brandenburg versus Ohio test, there are 3 elements that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by a preponderance of the evidence, whatever the Senate considers, I suggest, beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the speech in question must explicitly or implicitly encourage the use of violence or lawless action. But here, the president's speech called for peaceful protest. Second, the speaker must intend that his speech will result in the use of violence or lawless action. And again, as Mr. Van der Veen pointed out, the president clearly deplores rioters and political violence and did so throughout his term as president and never hesitated to express his admiration for the men and women that protect this country. Finally, the third element under the Brandenburg test is the imminent use of violence. Imminent use of violence. In other words, right then, the imminent use of violence or lawless action must be the likely result of the speech. The likely result of the speech. Well, that argument is completely eviscerated by the fact that the violence was pre-planned, as confirmed by the FBI, Department of Justice, and even the House managers, not the result of the speech at all. Several of my colleagues at the House managers got up and spoke about the proceeding in the House being like a grand jury proceeding. Well, I've been in grand jury proceedings. I have run grand juries. In grand jury proceedings, you call witnesses. You hear evidence. You make transcripts. You take affidavits. You develop physical evidence. You hear reports from police officers. You hear forensic analysis from scientists. In fact, you invite the target of the grand jury to come in and testify if he or she pleases to be heard by the grand jury. Which one of those things happened in the House prior to the impeachment article? I don't believe any of them happened. So the suggestion that what happened in the House was anything at all like a grand jury investigating a case and preferring it for prosecution is complete nonsense. And if the House managers are trying to fool you about that, you must ask yourself, what else are they trying to fool you about? Let's look more closely at the president's speech. We have mentioned this line before, but it is so critical we need to talk about it again. The president asked that the attendees at his rally peacefully make their voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
The managers would have you believe that the president's supporters usually follow his every word, but in this case, imputed some imaginary meaning to them while ignoring his most clear instructions. President Trump said, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard, and the House managers took from that, go down to the Capitol and riot. So you are supposed to put yourselves in the heads of the people who hear peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard and conclude that those words do not mean what the president said. More than that, the president criticized the destruction wrought by left-wing anarchists and rioters. He told his supporters that they build, they don't destroy.
If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us. And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation.
Is it possible, listening to those words in the proper cadence without them being edited or the sound changed so that they're indistinguishable or sounds as though the crowd is right there, but listening to it as you have here, unedited by us, is it possible that President Trump's disdain for political violence could be any clearer to the persons listening as he was speaking? Is it possible that his words could have been misunderstood? I suggest to you that is impossible. Now, the House manager said the president told the crowd, quote, "You have to get out your people to fight." The House manager's claim is that the President of the United States was telling the audience to get each other to physically fight. But that is not what the President said. The people who should fight, he said, were members of Congress. If they don't fight, what the President said is, what should the rally attendees do? If members of Congress wouldn't fight for the principles they held dear, what was it that the President specifically told his supporters at that rally he wanted them to do? He wanted them to support primary challenges. Now, nobody in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge. That is one truism I think I can say with some certainty. But that's the way we operate in this country. When the people of a state want to change their representatives and their senators, they use the electoral process. President Trump told his listeners that if their members of Congress won't fight for their views, then go back home and find others that will. That's what President Trump said. The people who should fight were the members of Congress.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly.
It is pretty stark contrast when you watch that video, isn't it? When you see the House manager tell you, and I don't know if we're under oath here, but when I walked into this room, I sure as heck felt I was under oath, and that I was speaking not only to senators of the United States, but before the entire world, and with God watching. And a House manager got up here and told you that the President of the United States on January the 6th, 2021, told the crowd that they had to go and fight. And the implication that they wanted you to draw was that he was sending them down to Capitol Hill to go and breach the building and trash the very sacred halls of Congress. But we now know that is not at all anything near what the President said. What the President said was, if you can't get your members of Congress to do as you would like them to do, you primary them. That's the American way. The first way that the House managers presented and wanted you to conclude, that's the criminal way. But what the President said was the American way. Again, House managers manipulated President Trump's words. I can't stand here and pretend to tell you that I know every time from all those videos that the House managers manipulated what the President said, put up evidence that was not with the foundation of correctness and admissibility we expect. I can't tell you that I picked up every one. I don't think Mr. Van der Veen or Mr. Schoen or any of the others that worked with us can tell you that. But what I can tell you is that there were an awful lot of times, and I know at least some of you were judges in previous lives, and if one of the lawyers was able to create the impression that one side intentionally presented false or misleading evidence, that judge would give an instruction called falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. False in one thing, false in everything. In other words, if they're trying to fool you about one thing, not only might they be trying to fool you in something else, but under that maxim of the law, you may conclude they're trying to fool you in everything else. President Trump was immediate in his calls for calm and respect for law enforcement. The House managers emphasized President Trump's tweet in the 6 p.m. hour where he told crowds to, quote, "Go home in love and peace and remember this day." What is it that they left out? Well, the House starts their recitation of what President Trump said as far as the aftermath of when the Capitol was breached at roughly 6 p.m. What they don't tell you and didn't tell you, and which you probably don't know because I think I'm the first one to say it in this forum, is at 2:38, President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to, quote, "Stay peaceful. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." And before we run the graphic, I just want to point out to you, President Trump's speech ended at 1:11 p.m. So at 2:38 p.m., by the time word reaches the president that there's a problem down here, he's out urging people to support the police, stay peaceful, support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are on the side of the country. Stay peaceful. At 3:13 p.m., President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. 3:13 p.m. President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol. The day's events make this clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At 11:15 a.m., police security camera videos show crowds forming at First Street near the Capitol reflecting pool. This is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on January 6th. Let me repeat that. Violent criminals were assembling at the Capitol over a mile away almost an hour before the president uttered a single word on the ellipse. You did not hear that fact during the hours and hours of the House manager's presentation, did you? When the president spoke, what did he call for? He called for rally attendees to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, for them to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to cheer on members of Congress. President Trump went on for more than an hour, ending at 1:11. Now, why is this important? Because of all of the events that I am about to describe, they all occurred before President Trump's remarks concluded. At 12:49 p.m., the first barriers at the U.S. Capitol grounds were pushed over and the crowd entered the restricted area. At 11:05 p.m., Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller received open source reports of demonstrator movements to the U.S. Capitol. At 1:09 p.m., U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun called the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms, telling them he wanted an emergency declared and he wanted the National Guard called. The point? Given the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol weren't there at the ellipse to even hear the president's words. They were more than a mile away, engaged in their pre-planned assault on this very building. This was a pre-planned assault, make no mistake, and that is a critical fact. Watch this.
Does anyone in this chamber honestly believe that but for the conduct of President Trump, that a charge in the article of impeachment that that attack at the Capitol would have occurred? Does anybody believe that?
It was not some sort of spontaneous decision by a bunch of, quote, protesters to go up to Capitol Hill and storm Capitol Hill. This was all planned out.
How much of it was planned? How much of this was strategized ahead of time?
They are getting indications, some evidence that they've seen that indicates that there was some level of planning.
There appears to be premeditation.
FBI internal report the day before the siege warning of a violent war at the Capitol.
The FBI issued a warning of a, quote, war at the Capitol.
The FBI warned law enforcement agencies about this specific attack.
Be ready to fight. Congress needs to hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in.
We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the D.C. area with intentions to cause violence. We immediately shared that information.
And they pushed out that information through this JTTF structure.
It was immediately disseminated through a written product and briefed through our command post operations to all levels of law enforcement.
The FBI says 2 pipe bombs discovered near the Capitol on January 6th were placed there the night before.
New video appears to show a person suspected of planting pipe bombs near the U.S. Capitol the night before.
The FBI now says the bombs were planted the night before the Capitol siege between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m.
They were planted the day before.
All goes to the idea of premeditation and coordination among individuals.
This was a planned assault as if going after a castle.
So to answer the question of the House manager, does anybody believe that this would have occurred but for the speech from Donald Trump? I do. All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble and petition their government for redress of grievances. In other words, the Brandenburg Standard is not made out. The House managers admitted many facts are unknown. Even Speaker Pelosi admitted not knowing the real cause of the violence when she called for a 9/11-style commission to examine the facts and causes that led to the violence. On the screen is Speaker Pelosi's call for the 9/11 commission. Let's touch now on the second absurd and conflated allegation in the House manager's single article. President Trump's phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Ben Roethlisberger, surreptitiously recorded, by the way, included multiple attorneys and others on the call. Let me point out the very obvious fact that the House managers ignored. The private call that was made public by others cannot really be the basis to claim that the president intended to incite a riot, because he did not publicly disclose the contents of the call. How could he have hoped to use this call to invite his followers if he had no intent to make the conversation public and indeed had nothing to do with it being secretly recorded? The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data, that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.42%. And even though a tremendous amount of new first-time mail-in ballots were included in the 2020 count, the Georgia rejection rate in 2020 was a mere 0.4%, a drop-off from 6.42% to 0.4%. President Trump wanted the signature verification to be done in public. How can a request for signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot? With that background, it is clear that President Trump's comments and the use of the word "find" were solely related to his concerns with the inexplicable dramatic drop in Georgia's ballot rejection rates. Let's examine how the word "find" was used throughout that conversation. Mr. Trump's first use of the word "find" was as follows, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen." President Trump also used "find" as follows, quote, "Now, why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, you know, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?" President Trump echoed his previous sentiments, again in the context of pursuing a legitimate and robust investigation into the lack of signature verification for mail-in and absentee ballots. Quote, "And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find anything, you know, they don't want to find anything. They don't want to find, you know, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me why. But why don't you want to find? We can go through signature verification and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures, and you can let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you could do a signature verification is to go from one that signed it on November whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, you know, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed, and that you have many forgeries." End quote. Mr. Trump continued to use the word "find" throughout the conversation. Each and every other time in the context of his request that Mr. Raffensperger undertake a review of signature verifications, and his concerns generally with ballot integrity and his reported electoral deficit, here are a few examples. Quote, "But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad? Instead of keep saying that the numbers are right, because those numbers are so wrong." Another example, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged, and we are quite sure that's going to happen." End quote. Moreover, there was nothing untoward with President Trump, or any other candidate for that matter, speaking with the lead elections officer of a state. That's why the Georgia Secretary of State took a call along with members of his team, one of whom decided to record it and release it to the press. The only reason this conversation is being discussed in this chamber is because, once again, the media and their Democratic allies distorted the true conversation to mislead you and the American public.
So we have a complete lack of evidence for the article of impeachment presented by the House managers. So why are we here? Politics. Their goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters.
Why bother with a Senate trial of Donald Trump? He's no longer president.
He'll be out of office anyway.
Is it to keep him from ever running again?
Make sure he can never run for office again.
Keep him from running for office again.
Donald Trump would not be able to run for office again.
Barring him from running for office again.
Disqualified from running for office.
Disqualify him from ever running from office again.
Disqualified from running for office again.
It's about focusing that he can never run again.
Remove him from ever running for office again.
Never be able to run for office again.
To ban former President Trump from running again.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
The goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters. Members of the Senate, our country needs to get back to work. I know that you know that. But instead, we are here. The majority party promised to unify and deliver more COVID relief. But instead, they did this. We will not take most of our time today, us of the defense, in the hopes that you will take back these hours and use them to get delivery of COVID relief to the American people. Let us be clear. This trial is about far more than President Trump. It is about silencing and banning the speech the majority does not agree with. It is about canceling 75 million Trump voters and criminalizing political viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about. It's the only existential issue before us. It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate. Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body? To the Democrats who view this as a moment of opportunity, I urge you instead to look to the principles of free expression and free speech. I hope truly that the next time you are in the minority, you don't find yourself in this position. To the Republicans in this chamber, I ask, when you are next in the majority, please resist what will be an overwhelming temptation to do this very same thing to the opposing party. Members of the Senate, this concludes the formal defense of the 45th President of the United States to the impeachment article filed by the House of Representatives. I understand that there is a procedure in place for questions, and we await them. Thereafter, we will close on behalf of President Trump. Mr. President, we yield the balance.
And I ask unanimous consent. We take a 15-minute recess.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
All right, things rocketing along at a rather quick pace as the president's defense presentation by his lawyers ends up being a little less than 3 hours of their allotted 16 hours. They had telegraphed going into today that they would make very short work of trying to essentially attack all of the House managers' characterizations and calling it a monstrous, preposterous lie, this idea that the president somehow incited the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Let's go to Casey Hunt, who is on Capitol Hill. So, Casey, we are way ahead of schedule. How does this play out?
We are ahead of schedule, Lester, and a couple things I want to pick up on from the presentation that we just saw. One note, the attorney there tried to say that what happened on January 6th was not an insurrection under the definition. He walked through the legal definition of that and tried to suggest that it was something else. I think it's important to underscore that Mitch McConnell actually, after this happened, called it a failed insurrection in public. I think that's an important point to make. There has not been a lot of dispute about what happened, the way that the Trump team described it, and I think you're going to see that get some attention going forward. The other thing I would highlight too that stood out to those of us who were listening and who cover Capitol Hill every day is this quote about primary challenges. He said, "No one in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge." That's one truism I think I can say with some certainty, but that's the way we operate in this country. And in a lot of ways, that really read like a threat, came across like a threat, and that is, of course, what the former president has been saying privately, threatening privately to do for many of these Republican senators. And that is one of the major motivating factors here as they have to go on record in public saying whether they want to convict or acquit him. But I'm not sure how that's really going across in the room, because it's something that I think will get senators' backs up. And I'm going to start asking about that as soon as they start to come out of the chamber and we have a chance to communicate a little bit more with them. But to pick up on your earlier point about the timing and what's going to happen now, so these are the question cards that that all of the senators have been handed, where they can fill out they fill out their name. They indicate whether their question is for the counsel, the defense counsel, or the House managers, and they write it on a card. They have been submitting these cards throughout the day today, and while we don't yet have official confirmation that that's what they're going to be doing this evening, Schumer just went to the majority leader just went to a break. It's widely expected right now that they are going to go to the question and answer period tonight. We're again waiting on official confirmation of that. But should they do that and finish the 4 hours of that tonight, that potentially sets up a final vote as soon as Saturday afternoon, which would be a pretty accelerated timetable. And I think it shows you just how anxious everyone is to move on from this. And it's different reasons on each side. Republicans obviously want to take the focus off of former President Trump, and many in the Senate don't believe that this is helpful for anyone. Democrats want to turn the focus to the now President Biden, who is proposing a $1.9 trillion COVID rescue plan. So the motivation for that, and I will also add, Lester, they are supposed to be on vacation next week. Nobody wants to be here working on Sunday, and that is also a highly powerful, if human, motivating factor here in the Senate.
Yeah,
Lester.
I'd agree. That's a motivating factor for all of us. All right, Casey, thanks very much. Also with us is Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, I'd like you to explore this idea of how many Republican votes for guilty would it take for Democrats to feel this was worthwhile?
Well, I think any more than 5 or 6, frankly, Lester, because, look, it's a pretty low bar now. They have gone into this with the idea that it was going to be very difficult ever since that first preliminary vote on the Rand Paul resolution, even before they got to the trial. So anything that they can get, any number that they can pick up, they will call that a victory, at least a Pyrrhic victory, because they are arguing for history. They're trying to argue, to the American people. They're trying to move the poll numbers, trying to damage Donald Trump's reputation by presenting what they think is very strong evidence that he should be disqualified from any future role in politics, in elective politics, and trying to hurt his ability to still be a presence from Mar-a-Lago or wherever going forward. So I think that they have pretty well conceded, as they've seen, the defense also folding their tents pretty early, that they don't feel that they're going to get a conviction. And at this point, they're looking to see whether any of those other Republican senators. One warning signal might be from Lisa Murkowski, whom they, I think, had been counting on, because she said earlier to some of the reporters in the hallway that she was impressed, more impressed at least, with the defense presentation today than the other day. Now, of course, the other day was widely panned, so maybe that just means that it was a little better than a very bad presentation. But I was also struck today, Lester, by the way the defense is dismissing what happened in Georgia, the run-up to January 6th, the denial of the election of Joe Biden, and also the pressure on Georgia. Just we saw this week that the district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, has opened a criminal investigation into whether or not that was illegal interference with the election and inciting or promoting election fraud by pressuring multiple officials in the Republican Party and elected officials, the Secretary of State and others, to change the vote by at least one vote. And the way he characterized that and read that transcript of that very damaging audio remains to be seen. But that is an active case, a criminal prosecution pending that, you know, could be lodged against the president and others.
Yeah, this idea, he was talking about the president saying, find the votes. The defense of that at times did feel perhaps a bit tortured. I want to bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, this has been being anxiously watched by Republicans everywhere. What kind of reaction? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so far, Lester, and I'll pick up on a thread after this, too, of what you and Andrew are just discussing. But so far, I think you are seeing it from what we have heard from some of the Senate Republicans, including one Republican senator not expected to vote against former President Trump, Ron Johnson, who thought that this was obviously a successful defense. In his view, that is something that's been picked up upon by some of the former president's defenders here. I think that you'll get more of a read on that as folks start to leave. But you even had, interestingly, Senator Lisa Murkowski, for example, a Republican who is not always known for going along with what the former president either wanted or his positions. She's been known to break away, applauding the defense so far. I think that gives you a bit of an indication as we head now into the Q&A, which it's always interesting. And you remember this, as I do, from the last impeachment trial of Donald Trump, the Q&A, you can read those tea leaves and see sort of which senators are leaning where, who's asking which questions to which side is much of a tell as anything in these kinds of trials. I will say, Lester, that when you look at what the defense team did there, what Bruce Castor laid out, he said and did a couple of things. So to pick up on what you and Andrew were talking about, this discussion of that call between former President Trump, then the president at the time, and the Georgia Secretary of State, this was stunning to a lot of people when that audio was revealed after the election, when Donald Trump said, I'm asking you to find the votes. And Bruce Castor reading that into the record in the impeachment trial, these quotes from Donald Trump, I find very interesting, because the discussion that I had with sources all up until the trial began was that election fraud, these false claims of voter fraud that Donald Trump made, were not going to be part of this defense. Why? For a couple of reasons. Number one, it's why the original defense team for Donald Trump left, basically parted ways with him, because based on what we have heard from sources, Donald Trump wanted them to make that a central theme of the arguments. Those attorneys said that's not going to hold water, and they couldn't come to an agreement. But secondly, because even the former president's Republican allies did not want that to be a central piece of these arguments at the trial. Yet here is Bruce Castor reading into the record pieces of that phone call. And we should note, Lester, it has been exhaustively fact-checked. You didn't hear that fact-checking in the chamber, but the things that Donald Trump was saying at the time simply were not true. Like the idea that signatures were being invented in some of these Georgia counties, that is just not accurate. It just didn't happen. And in fact, the point of this call was for the Secretary of State, perhaps not the point, but a function of the call, was for Secretary of State Raffensperger to push back on things that then President Trump was saying and to explain that is actually not correct. Here is the actual piece of it that's accurate. And we have been through that over the last month or so. The other piece of this, Castor referenced just in this last section here, he claimed that the House Democratic impeachment managers did not spend time trying to connect Donald Trump to what happened on January 6th. Although, as you know, Lester, that was largely the focus yesterday of the House Democratic impeachment manager's close, basically. The wrap-up, I should say, of their initial arguments was trying to connect the dots and draw that line between those two things. So I imagine that that's going to be a line of inquiry that you will see when we hit the Q&A portion, possibly in the next couple of minutes here.
All right, let's turn to our colleague, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, where do you think the president's lawyers may have landed some punches, not knockout punches, but those that might turn Republican senators in the direction they want to go?
Well, look, I think by constantly making this a partisan political argument, I mean, you know, that is what animates the Republican base. I think Mr. Castor bringing up the primary challenge wasn't an accident in his remarks. I think reminding them the political stakes here. So, you know, I don't know if to me, they did not do a very good job answering what was presented in the last 3 days. What they did do a good job of was ignoring it and just focusing on the shortest path to acquittal, which is make a hard partisan argument that you can defend to your base, you can go on Fox in primetime and defend, and close your ears to everybody else. So in that sense, it's a smart defense for what you have to do. But the questions that they didn't answer, you know, why didn't he try to stop this for a couple of hours? He didn't seem to do anything with Pence. And then to follow up on what Hallie said, you know, the problem he has with trying to distance former President Trump from the events of January 6th is he basically was the guy that saved the date for January 6th in his own Twitter feed, that then convinced 2 other organizations to move their rallies to January 6th. He's essentially the organizer of the entire day of protest movement, and they just ignored it completely. This will come up in Q&A. I'll be very curious to see if they think they can continue to sort of pretend that didn't happen, because that's the weakest part of their defense and one of the stronger parts of the prosecution.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Let me turn now to NBC News political analyst and former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and NBC News political analyst and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Claire, let me first ask your thoughts and picking up on what Chuck was saying there. Were there things that you saw, for example, of many of your colleagues becoming unwitting stars in this, talking about fighting and using inflammatory language? Were things that you saw that you think that they scored points with?
First of all, I don't think that the defense was trying to convince anyone of anything. I think the defense was trying to give Trump's supporters really good political talking points and to warn them about political consequences. And by that measure, I think their defense was a success. I think they gave Trump supporters good talking points, and they certainly warned them about primary challenges. But their credibility, I think, was damaged right off the bat when they just out and out lied about a number of things. The only reason this trial was delayed was because Mitch McConnell wanted it delayed. Everybody in the room knows it. There's no evidence that Antifa had anything to do with this riot. And finally, the last lie was they had all of the materials that were used by the House managers before this trial began, according to the rules that were set by Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. These were bipartisan rules. So I don't think that they obviously made any points with the Democratic side of the aisle, and I doubt they move very many people on the facts.
And Rich, we're hearing a lot of this, well, they used whataboutism again. Does whataboutism work, though?
It does to some extent politically. I think this was the most effective presentation, low bar, but the most effective argument by the defense, making the obvious points you would if you're trying to argue that, no, President Trump didn't directly incite or intend this violence to happen at the Capitol. The violence was probably planned before Donald Trump said anything on that morning. Some of the mayhem had already started before President Trump finished his speech by people who weren't listening to his speech, who were already at the Capitol. And he did issue, you know, in the context of things, pretty pro forma tweets saying stop this, but he did actually tweet a few of those. So the standard here, Lester, you know, we're not conviction's not in play. Did they make Republicans feel a little better about a vote to acquit? Yeah. And I think by that standard was a success.
What do you make of how now President Biden made out in that tape in which we hear Democrats in the last election trying to oppose the certification? It is Joe Biden who's banging the gavel saying no and essentially holding up the right for this process. What do you make of that?
Well, I do think it's a fair hit on the hypocrisy of some of these Democratic members. It's just wrong to use the process of certifying electors this way. But there you had Joe Biden standing up there doing his duty. And obviously the circumstances are much different. It's different, you know, a member of the House doing this and a president of the United States running a months-long campaign to undermine the legitimacy of the election and to use every means fair and foul to try to overturn the result. I think that's at the core of the case against Trump. And again, I think Democrats made a mistake by over-relying on January 6th and his speech on January 6th rather than broadening out the case they actually wrote down in the article.
And then, Claire, what happens if in fact there is an acquittal? Where does that leave Republicans? Is this a case of you win the battle, but you've got your own internal war you've got to deal with?
Oh, yeah, they've got a war. You can just see in the last 24 hours, Nikki Haley, I worry about whether or not she's in pain straddling the fence. There are a number of Republicans trying to decide whether or not they want to go back to the norms of principles of small government, conservative, free trade, all of those things, or if they want to stay in the Trump circus. And I think this trial may have hardened the lines within the Republican Party. And I agree with my friend Rich Lowry on this. I do think that no minds were changed today, but there are now talking points. And the other thing I agree with him is the difference between what Joe Biden did this time and what Mike Pence did this time is that we didn't have someone who lost the election trying to convince the country that our elections aren't fair. Every modern president has conceded except this one.
All right, Claire and Rich, thank you. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker. And speaking of President Joe Biden, what are you hearing, Kristen?
Well, Lester, we know that President Biden and this White House has been eager for this process to move forward expeditiously. And so I was just talking to a number of White House officials who have said that, look, the president is eyeing the end of this impeachment process and looking to intensify his push for COVID relief on the other side, something he is going to engage in next week. Now, what do we expect from President Biden over the weekend if, in fact, this process does come to a conclusion? Based on conversations with a number of administration officials, we anticipate that the president will put out some sort of written statement. Don't expect him to go before cameras. He's going to be at Camp David, his first trip to Camp David as president. And then next week, I am told he is going to really try to ramp up the push on his agenda. He has his first official trip out of Washington, D.C. He's going to be heading to Wisconsin for a town hall event. And then I'm told he's going to continue his outreach to state and local officials to try to build up support for his COVID relief package. Of course, there are a lot of details that they're still debating here within the Democratic Party, Lester, in order to get that passed through Congress. It does come, though, Lester, as this president has said that he's wanted to stay on the sidelines and stay focused on his agenda, but increasingly he has found himself weighing in. Yesterday, of course, I was in the Oval Office and I asked him about that newly released video that we saw earlier this week from House managers, and that's when President Biden made those remarks, essentially saying that he believes that video could change some minds. So going back to a point that Andrea made a few minutes ago, could we in fact see one or two more Republican senators vote to convict? That's something that we'll be watching for very closely. And then earlier today, he was out here on the North Lawn just behind me touring this Valentine's display that is up, and some reporters had the chance to ask him about the impeachment. He did weigh in, saying that he is anxiously awaiting what his Republican colleagues will do. Will they, quote, stand up? Those are his words. So, Lester, this attempt to try to stay focused on his agenda and to try to keep the focus there, but increasingly finding himself peppered with questions about something that is gripping the nation right now. His press secretary also saying that the president found the videos to be harrowing. So they await the conclusion to this process along with everyone else. I can tell you you, I was just back in the press offices, and of course all of the TVs are trained on this very trial, so they are clearly watching and monitoring these developments quite closely, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much. Again, we are in a break. If you're just joining us, the president's lawyers have concluded their presentation using less than 3 hours to do so, a fraction of what they were allocated. Depending what happens at the end of this break, we may get a better sense of how quickly things will move from this point on, whether we could see an immediately move to questions from both sides, to both the prosecution and defense, and perhaps even as soon as tomorrow, a final vote on all this. But again, it remains to be seen. I don't want to get too far ahead of us. We're joined now by a veteran of the Justice Department and the Mueller investigation, NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissman, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb is a former U.S. attorney. Good to have you both with us. Andrew, let me begin with you. A lot of the arguments in the latter part of the defense presentation was the definition of incite, the definition of insurrection, saying that when you dismantle it, those things didn't exist. Is that the case?
I think that the defense left themselves very open to the questioning that's now going to happen on those issues. And I think that one thing that I think your viewers should sort of be prepared for is I think the Democrats are going to ask very pointed questions on, you say that but for the president, this still would have happened. Well, do you say that there's evidence, material evidence of election fraud? Are you saying that the president did not win the election, that is President Biden? If so, what is the evidence? And wasn't that what was the fire for the insurrection on January 6th? So I think there are going to be pointed questions about that. And on the issue of January 6th, I think that the defense did a very poor job on this issue of inciting. I think that there's going to be a lot of questions about what the president did not do. If his intent was really not to incite, there are going to be a lot of questions about why he wasn't immediately on the airways and on Twitter immediately calling the National Guard. They really can't get around the timeline. And then finally, if they really want to essentially be saying what it is that the president, this is now President Trump, what he did or did not intend, why isn't he here testifying or at least submitting a letter or an affidavit? It's just like the first impeachment where the president is absent. So they're making representations about what Donald Trump might or might not have believed, but they actually had the opportunity to have him come and testify, and he didn't.
Carol, give me some questions that you would ask if you were challenging this defense presentation.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for the Democrats to do what the House managers don't have an opportunity to do on their own right now, which is to rebut some of the things that they heard earlier. Typically, in a trial, the prosecution would go first, then the defense would go, then the prosecution has another opportunity. So the Democratic senators are going to have to give those questions to the House managers to allow them to answer. I think there were, frankly, a couple of unforced errors that the House managers need to clean up about some of the pieces of evidence they put in and things like that. But I think overall, Andrew is correct. There needs to be more. There needs to be some questions to fill in the record again about why the president basically sat on his hands for a long time after the breach began, and what happened during that period of time. The House managers need to re-emphasize that again. These events were taking place only a mile and a half from where the president was. There's no excuse for an hour going by before the first tweet comes out. So I certainly think that needs to be filled in. I thought the whole presentation about the word find was frankly silly. you know, one of the instructions you give to jurors is you don't check your common sense at the door. And when the president says, I want you to find a specific number of votes, he's using the word find in a very, very specific way. And that is not the way you typically use the word find. So I thought there was some overplaying on that ground.
All right, Carol and Andrew, thanks to both of you. Let me turn to NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, columnist and associate editor for the Washington Post. Eugene, good to see you. One of the things that was used in one of those tape montages were Democrats talking about the fact this would end in their hope is that Donald Trump would not be able to run again. It was used against them in this context, but what is the reality, no matter how this thing plays down? What is how is the political future of Donald Trump affected by this?
Well, you know, that's a very good question. You saw Nikki Haley today sort of backing away from Donald Trump. Others are going to embrace him. You heard the threat, and I think it was just an explicit threat in Bruce Castor's summation of primary challenges to those who are insufficiently loyal to President Trump. I think he remains the principal actor in the Republican Party, no matter which way this vote goes, at least in the short term. Now, former presidents' influence tends to wane more quickly than they would like and more quickly than we realize at the time. I suspect that will happen to Trump too, but he's kind of in a unique position right now. He is the kingmaker and still the king. Just one other thing about the summation. We heard his I think a preview of his potential criminal defense in Georgia with that business about the word find and what it means in that call with Brad Raffensperger. And because it's now under criminal investigation in Georgia. But I think that also sort of opened the door for the Democratic House managers to
on
WYFF4. The big lie about the election, which, the president's defense wasn't going to touch on, but did, in fact, touch on in that closing. And I think that opened the door for what is potentially some strong questioning by Democrats in this next phase.
I'm not sure I heard Mike Pence's name mentioned, and if it was, forgive me, but I don't think I heard it. Do you think that was something that they really didn't want to touch, this idea of, as the president is tweeting about his vice president, his vice president is actually in reasonable fear of his life?
No, I think absolutely right. I think that omission was not by accident, because we now know that the president was aware that the vice president had to be evacuated from the Capitol. The situation was that serious. So why wasn't the president trying to do more to potentially save the life of his vice president? And again, that is the big hole in the defense is, if you did not intend to incite a riot, then why did you not try to stop the riot, try to stop the insurrection more quickly and more forcefully once it began? And they didn't offer an answer to that question, really, and it'll be interesting to see if they come up with one when they're questioned about it.
All right, Eugene, thanks. Also with us is Chief Washington correspondent Andrew Mitchell. And Andrew, I think you want to pick up on that thought about what we didn't hear.
No, I think Eugene and Lester's, your conversation is exactly to the point. The fact that he did not mention, that the defense did not address the whole issue of Mike Pence, because the president, for all of those hours, was aware of it, as we know from what Senator Tuberville said, but also was tweeting attacks on Mike Pence. And what we've seen in the video is that the Mike Pence was really a rallying cry. Hang Mike Pence. A gallows was constructed outside the Capitol itself, on the grounds there, by the rioters. So that, and the fact that the defense cherry-picked statements from the president's January 6th speech, trying to, I think, mischaracterize the intent of the speech, whether or not it was for incitement, was, of course, their their contention, but also not dealing with all of those hours where he did nothing, not only regarding Mike Pence and his safety and attacking Mike Pence during that time, but did nothing to fulfill his constitutional requirement, his oath, to protect and secure the national security of the United States at home and abroad. He did not call the Pentagon. He did not call in for reinforcements. So there were so many instances during those 6 hours where his behavior was just really questionable, according to the House managers, but also according to any independent view of what was going on. Also, of course, the run-up, as you were just saying with Eugene, what happened in Georgia, the fact that that has now been opened up. I think that's what you're going to hear in these questions. The questions that are being presented, that will be presented by the House managers, are going to be to that very point. All of the incitement prior to January 6th, and as Chuck pointed out earlier, the fact that he actually moved the date to January 6th by calling for it to be on January 6th, that's when they, according to the testimony, changed their application for a permit. In fact, for the day when the Electoral College certification was to be ratified, all to the point of trying to overturn the election results that were clearly evident that Joe Biden had been elected, and that, belatedly at least, Mitch McConnell and others in the Senate Republican caucus were acknowledging. Lester.
All right, Andrew, let me bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, as I was watching, I was ticking off some of the things that I knew would play well to the base. They brought up the media, Antifa, Democratic hypocrisy, cancel culture, witch hunt, Elizabeth Warren, Hillary Clinton. Obviously, things that we know that play very strongly with the Republican base. Was that a lot of the goal, the audience outside those chambers?
Because the audience outside the chamber, Lester, is affecting the audience inside the chamber, right? Like it or not, as we've heard again and again, it's a political proceeding in many ways. And those specifically Republican senators, who are the ones who are the core audience here, because it does seem like Democrats know how they're going to vote on this to a large degree, they have constituents. And those constituents still support, in large part, speaking broadly about the Republican Party, Donald Trump. And you see that, Lester, in new polling. A new poll just out this week from CBS YouGov shows that 2/3 of Republican voters say it is still very important or somewhat important that the GOP continue to back Donald Trump. 71% say that a vote to convict the former president would be seen as disloyal to the party, a sign of disloyalty, not a sign of, for example, being able to stand up for whatever you may think is right. And so I think that those numbers give you a sense more broadly of where this party is. You heard Eugene talking about the comments from Nikki Haley that are out today that are making a lot of waves in the sort of beltway politicosphere, if you will. Nikki Haley, widely speculated to be a contender for 2024, talking very harshly about the former president, saying he has fallen so far, we should not have listened to him. But just 2 weeks ago, it was Nikki Haley appearing over on a different cable network saying, give the man a break, arguing against impeachment. You do have people like Karl Rove, for example, Senator Lisa Murkowski, who have suggested that there is no way that Donald Trump could have a political future now and could really realistically run again in 2024, although he is likely to continue to talk about it. But the numbers show you where the base is. I also want to draw your attention to something else, Lester. We've been looking, as we're having these conversations, if our viewers have seen on the right side of our screen, this is the area sort of outside on the Hill where reporters are talking with, you know, if they can, members of the Senate, any of the attorneys who walk by. There's a pool camera there. I don't know if that's live or tape of Chuck Schumer, but this is what we're talking about. If you notice, you saw Senator Lindsey Graham walk by. Our team on the Hill reports that Senator Graham, even just in these last couple of minutes, was conferring with the Trump defense team, or was seen inside that room with the Trump defense team. This is notable because, as Casey Hunt reported, Senators Graham, Lee, and Cruz talked with the defense team late yesterday. We know, based on the reporting that we have, that they were basically kicking around ideas, getting and giving advice, if you will, a signal that even as late as yesterday, there were some Republicans, allies of the former president, who were a little bit concerned about what they might see from this defense presentation session today. It has concluded after 2 hours and 30 minutes. Just by way of comparison, Lester, obviously this is a different trial than the first one, different time frames, different references. The defense in trial 1, the first impeachment, went just about more than 9 hours during that first impeachment. This time, the defense felt like they made the points they needed to make. They want to, for lack of a better phrase, get this show on the road, because I think they have seen, and Republicans that I've talked to believe, that an acquittal is going to be at the end of this path, at least based on how things are going at the moment. As always, things could change, Lester.
All right, Hallie, let's go over to Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill. Casey, you were showing us earlier those cards in which the senators will submit their questions. To what extent are there any not deliberations, but conversations about what questions might be helpful to a particular side? Or is this strictly the senators on their own just asking what they want to know?
I think it's a little bit of both, Lester. And while you've seen both the defense and the prosecution in this trial give back some of their time, I think we've come to know that senators typically like to use all of the time that they have available to them for things like this. So I would be surprised if they don't use the full time here. And I'm interested to see if this is similar or different to how we saw it play out last time, and whether each side is looking to try to bolster their own case, or if they're trying to poke holes or ask additional questions about the other side. It's two different strategies. And some of the questions, I think, and this actually is a little bit of what Andrea Mitchell was hitting on just a minute or so ago. The big question that many of both Republicans and Democrats that I talk to is about what was President Trump doing while the riot was going on? Because there are only a handful of actual witnesses to that. There has been reporting about it. But the reality is the Trump team, if in fact that was going to be exculpatory, why did they not lay out more information about what he was doing in the course of their defense? And I think that's something that you're likely to see brought up throughout the course of this. I think there are also questions about what the president's mindset was like ahead of January 6th and some of those tweets that encouraged people to come. The other piece, of course, the moving of that permit that Andrea also referenced. What does the defense team know about that? I think that there are a lot of strictly facts here that could potentially contribute to the case one way or the other. And then, of course, the other interesting piece of this is who are the questions coming from? In the last trial, we ended up seeing questions from people both that were on the partisan side and were trying to make a point one way or the other, but we also had some questions, for example, from Mitt Romney, from a couple other senators we were watching to see if they might vote back then to convict former President Trump on the charges he faced at that point. So I'm looking to see if any of these senators who may be considering a vote for conviction submit questions that are actually read on the floor. So we know that Romney submitted 5 questions. That's what he told us, and they have said that they're planning on releasing the questions that Romney submitted. Now, not every senator will need to do that, although if one of their questions is chosen to be read on the floor, their name will be attached to it, and they are going to group the questions together for efficiency. So if there are 2 or 3 senators who are asking a very similar question, that question could be read from multiple senators and asked on the floor. But if we start to see questions from people like Richard Shelby of Alabama, who's retiring. He's one of the Senate's last old bulls. I doubt we will get a question from the minority leader, Mitch McConnell. It would be a really big deal if we did. He is still really the person that we are watching the most closely as we look ahead to the vote tomorrow. Other senators who I saw grouped around McConnell's desk are the ones I'm following. Richard Burr of North Carolina. He's not running again and also faced some legal problems during the Trump administration, as he was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee that raised some questions about his relationship with the former president. People like Jerry Moran of Kansas, although I would also be surprised if he asked a question. So it's that group of people that I'm really looking to see if not only do they ask questions at all, but if so, are the questions antagonistic toward the former president at all, or are they searching for specific pieces of evidence or information that could contribute to a case? Lisa Murkowski is another one who had questions last time around, and I'm watching her too.
All right, well, here we go.
Senate Resolution 47. The senators provide up to 4 hours during which senators may submit questions in writing directed either to the managers on the part of the House of Representatives or counsel for the former president. Majority Leader.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the answers within the 4-hour question period be limited to 5 minutes each, and if the questions are directed to both parties, the times be equally divided. Furthermore, that questions alternate sides for posing questions for as long as both sides have questions.
Without objection, is so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a question at the desk, for the desk.
The senator will submit it. The question from Senator Schumer and Senator Feinstein is directed to the House managers. The clerk will read it.
Isn't it the case that the violent attack and siege on the Capitol on January 6 would not have happened if not for the conduct of President Trump?
Of up to 5 minutes.
To answer your question very directly, Donald Trump summoned the mob. He assembled a mob and he lit the flame. Everything that followed was because of his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he never did. In other words, this violent, bloody insurrection that occurred on January 6th would not have occurred but for President Trump. The evidence we presented at trial makes this absolutely clear. And this attack, as we said, didn't come from one random speech, and it didn't happen by accident, and that mob didn't come out of thin air. Before the election, Donald Trump spread lie after lie about potential fraud. An election, remember, that hadn't even happened yet. Months before the election took place, he was saying it was rigged, that it was going to be stolen, all to make his supporters believe that the only way he was going to lose is if the election was stolen, if the election was rigged. And when he did lose, he spent week after week inciting his supporters to believe that their votes had been stolen and that the election was fraudulent and that it was their patriotic duty to fight like hell to stop the steal and take their country back. And remember, this is in the United States where our vote is our voice. You tell somebody that an election victory is being stolen from them, that's a combustible situation. And he gave them clear direction on how to deal with that. For example, on December 19th, 18 days prior to January 6th, President Trump told them how and where to fight for it. He first issued his call to action for January 6th. This was a save the date sent 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't just a casual one-off reference or a singular invitation. For the next 18 days, he directed all of the rage he had incited to January 6th. And that was, for him, what he saw as his last chance to stop the transfer of power, to stop from losing the presidency. And he said things like, quote, fight to the death. And January 6th will be a, quote, wild and, quote, historic day. And this was working. They got the message. In the days leading to the attack, report after report, social media post after social media post confirmed that these insurgents were planning armed violence. But they were planning it because he had been priming them, because he had been amping them up. That's why they were planning it.
We're interrupting just for a few seconds so some of our stations can leave us for local coverage. For everyone else, we return you to the trial.
Insurgents were planning to carry weapons.
You have been watching our coverage of the second impeachment trial for former President